Madam Clerk, are we close to being live?
We are live on YouTube.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the regular meeting of the governing body to order. It is 5:03 by my clock. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, which Councilor Lee Garcia will lead us. We'll go next to the salute to the Mexico flag led by Councilor Lindell, and Councilor Castro, please lead us in the invocation and remembrances. Please rise as you are able.
Pledge allegiance.
Simbología, amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas. Hola, buenas noches. Let's take a moment to center ourselves in gratitude for the opportunity to serve the people of Santa Fe. May we be reminded that leadership is not just a role, but a responsibility. To act with integrity, to listen with compassion, and to choose what is right over what is easy. As we face challenges before us, we may be guided by courage and clarity. Let us remember the words of Rosa Parks, who said, "You must never be fearful about what you are doing when it is right." May her spirit remind us that the bravery in the face of adversity is not only noble, it is necessary.
Thank you. Are there remembrances at this time? Councilor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I would like to remember the life of Ricky Cassidy, who passed a couple weeks ago. I grew up with Ricky and his siblings. Went to, starting at EJ Martinez, I believe, is when I was in kind of in those circles. And he grew up with my brother. And it truly is just a very devastating loss for our community, for, I know, my peers and those of us who really knew him well. I do want to send my condolences to all of his friends, and especially his wife Densler and their two small children. I know it is a really challenging time. And so if everybody can send prayers for healing for them and the uncertainty that is to come right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others? Let's just keep in mind those in our community who are struggling or suffering, whether from ailments of the body or the spirit, outside forces that make their lives difficult. We keep them in our hearts. We think of them as our family, our friends. They are our community, and we wish to keep them in our minds tonight as we take a minute to reflect on everyone we want to offer healing to. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counselor Cassett? Here. Counselor Castro?
Presente.
Counselor Chavez?
He's excused.
Counselor Faulkner? Counselor Lee Garcia? Counselor Michael Garcia?
Present.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth? Here. Mayor Weber?
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda as published?
There is one change, the withdrawal of 16A due to the cancellation of the event.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the agenda as amended and a second. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that, please?
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez? Sorry. Counselor Faulkner? Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
And Madam Clerk, the consent agenda, what can you tell us about items that have been taken off of consent?
Two items have been pulled, item 9C and 9D.
Move to approve as
C
amended.
and D, thank you.
Second.
Motion to approve as amended and a second. Is there any discussion? Could you call the roll on the consent agenda as amended, please?
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, why don't you identify our first presentation and read it out so that both the folks here in the room and watching or listening know what is up on the agenda.
Item 8A, presentation, inspection of public records, IPRA training and update. And here to present is IPRA Manager Catherine Garcia Gallegos.
Welcome.
We're gonna
Make sure the microphone is placed in front of you so everyone can hear you loud and clear, including folks who are tuning in.
Again, thank you, Mayor Weber and counselors, for having me here tonight to present the IPRA training and updates. My name is Catherine Garcia Gallegos. I am the IPRA manager in the Office of Records Custodians, the Attorney's Office. So I will be presenting a training and some updates that we have seen through the IPRA department. And then I will open it up to questions at the end of my.
Still got to bring that mic really right in front of your mouth, especially if you're going to be looking down at your.
That better?
Yeah, oh, wow. Now you
Perfect.
got it. Thank you.
Great. So IPRA is the Inspection of Public Records Act, which is a New Mexico state statute that allows every person the right to inspect public records, with some exceptions. The city designated records custodians are responsible for producing responsive material immediately or as soon as practicable, but not later than 15 days from the date that we received the original request. Or as soon as reasonably possible if we have deemed the request is overly broad and burdensome. State statute requires that a public body dedicates or assigns a public records custodian who is responsible for receiving and responding to public records requests. Here at the city, we have an Office of Records Custodians, which is comprised of 5 records custodians that are dedicated to receiving and fulfilling all requests for public records from the city of Santa Fe. We work alongside the city staff and actors to be able to collect, review, and produce records in response to public records requests. So as mentioned, the Office of Records Custodians is myself, the IPRA manager, as well as 4 public records specialists, some of whom are with me here tonight. We have public records specialists Cindy Whiting, Isha Chavez, Machek Jasik, and Matt Berg. In December of 2023, the Office of Records Custodians was granted funding to create 2 additional positions in the Office of Records Custodians, and Matt and Machek joined us in July and August of 2024 to fill those positions. We also have legal counsel, Assistant City Attorney Kevin Nault, and City Attorney Aaron McSherry. In May of 2020, the Office of Records Custodians began using NextRequest, which is a public records platform. This platform allows us to receive, track, fulfill, and communicate with requesters and staff for each of our public records requests that we receive. We also use this platform to publish most of our fulfilled public records requests, which allows the public to be able to search for a public record prior to submitting a new request to our office. We are currently entering into a new contract for a new online software that will offer additional user features. Some of the highlighted features are enhanced communication with both internal and external customers, more robust reporting tools, and easier searchability for customers to be able to search records that have been published prior to their request. So we are looking at entering into this new contract in the summer of this year and rolling that out as after in the new fiscal year. And I just composed some trends from the first full year of our use of Next Request, which was 2021. So between 2021 and 2023, the Office of Records Custodians received a 10 to 15 annual increase in our receipt of public records requests, with the greatest increase in 2024, which was over 25%. So as you can see, our highlighted orange numbers are the number of requests that we received in 1 year, and the green numbers are the numbers of requests that we were able to close within that same year. So in 2024, that number jumped from 8,322 incoming requests to 10,824 incoming public requests. So far this year, we have received over 2,000 requests for public records. Since we have started using Next Request, we have responded to 38,432 requests, producing over 118,000 records. This is language. I do want to highlight that we probably have produced a lot more records than 118,000. So this language is from the reporting tool within Next Request, which counts one file that is uploaded as one record. Within those files, they can have up to hundreds or thousands of emails that are produced within that one file as well. This is a visual representation of the majority of requests that we received through 2024. I do want to highlight that the numbers may seem they're a little bit backwards because it seems that we received the fewest volume of requests for correspondence or evidence. While this did take up the smallest volume in our total requests, it does take the public records specialist the most time to produce these records. And the reason for that is because one request for correspondence, such as emails or text messages, can produce up to tens of thousands of emails that are possibly responsive, which requires a public records specialist to review for any privilege or possibly confidential information. When it comes to evidence, such as body cam or dash cam, again, this only takes up about 5% of our total volume of requests, but it does take public records specialists hours to review these records because there's a lot of information within these records that we have to view and apply redactions as necessary. So some of these examples are individuals' driver's license, where they are coming in and out of the frame that we do need to redact that protected personal identifying information. Certain either victims, witnesses, or suspects of certain crimes before charges have been filed. So sometimes this takes an extra step for our public records specialist to have to go and research those crimes and that incident to find out if charges have been filed to determine whether or not additional redactions apply. We also review the videos for any type of great bodily harm or deceased persons in some instances. So sometimes, again, just depending on the case, this does take quite an extensive amount of time to review. On the other end of that, it does show that we have received most of our volume of requests have been for criminal reports and accident reports, which don't take our office quite as much time to review and produce. However, we did take this into account with the time that it's taking to produce the same report multiple times. So for example, we noticed that we are receiving requests from 6 different requesters for the same accident report or more. And we are having our team review this report and reproduce the same report 6 different times to 6 different requesters. So with that, we decided to work in collaboration with the police department and the ITT department, and we created a solution where now our accidents are published online on a weekly basis. So this helps the public gain access to their accident reports much quicker, and also alleviates the need for submitting a public records request. Starting last year, I began providing trainings to city actors and staff throughout the city. As of this
past week, I have trained, myself and my team have trained 222 city employees and elected officials from various departments, most recently with the Santa Fe Police Department. So we have now trained all of the Santa Fe Police Department, as well as other departments such as the Human Resources Department, Tourism of Santa Fe, the Municipal Court, City Attorney's Office, Constituent Services, and other departments. And we will continue providing these trainings to new and current staff throughout the city as we can, because we believe that it's important. While it is our job to, in the Office of Records Custodians, to communicate with the requesters and ultimately provide the records, it is a team effort throughout the city to make sure that we're complying with IPRA statute. So through the remaining of the training and presentation, I'm hoping to address the understanding of IPRA as a whole, the understanding of the role of the Office of Records Custodians and the Public Records Specialists, and your role as city actors, and highlight some ways that our office has standardized the approach to fulfilling requests. A public record by New Mexico state statute definition includes all documents, papers, letters, books, maps, tapes, photographs, recordings, and other materials, regardless of physical form or characteristics, that are used, created, received, maintained, or held by or on behalf of any public body and relate to public business, whether or not the records are required by law to be created or maintained. So this is a very long definition, but what does that actually mean? It means that all records created in your role as a city actor for the use of city business are subject to IPRA. So that includes any land use files, any personnel records, emails that are done for city business, whether it is through city issued email or personal emails. Same thing for text messages between city issued phones and personal phones, as the text messages are in relation to city business and responsive to the request. It also includes contracts, videos such as surveillance, body cam, dash cam, and any notes and drafts that you have at the time that the request is received. Some other types of records that we have received through the Office of Records Custodians include, again, police records, videos and photos, historical records for land use documents, fire department records, policy and procedures, zoning applications. Pretty much if it's created as a record for city business and you can think of any reason that it could be requested, we probably have seen it through the Office of Records Custodians. And while we are required under state statute to respond to requests for public records as we receive them in the Office of Records Custodians, it does not necessarily mean that a customer is required to submit a request in order to gain access to these records. So we do have some of our records available online, which include our meeting minutes and agendas, some of our resolutions and ordinances, which was a major project that our high school interns through the work-based learning program assisted with in collaboration with the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office. So those are now in a keyword searchable format online from 2007 to present. We also have contracts online. And as mentioned, the accident reports are online on a weekly basis as of November 24th of 2024. So earlier I mentioned that last year, the Office of Records Custodians received 10,824 requests. This averaged out to 200 to 250 requests per week received by the Office of Records Custodians. Implementing the availability of accident reports online, so far this year, we have seen that number decrease from 200 and 250 per week to about 100 to 120 per week. So that's a really, really great customer service tool that we think has been helpful to the public. Again, they're available almost immediately because it's within the week after and they no longer have to wait for us to review and redact any additional information. This is a visual of the lifetime of a request as it comes through the Office of Records Custodians. So first and foremost, our office has to receive the request. and that can be in various formats. We can receive a request via email, via walk-in, via mail-in, via phone. Any format that we receive a request for public records is when the life cycle of our request starts. So once we receive the request, we initially process it, and what we do in this stage of the request is we determine if the requester is seeking records from the city of Santa Fe. If they are not, and we do know who the proper custodian is, we will close the request and we will forward it to the proper custodian in order to fulfill that request. If we determine that they are looking for records that are from the city of Santa Fe, what we do next is determine whether or not we have immediate access to these records, or if we will need to assign city staff or actors for assistance in collecting these records to review. As we continue collecting records, we review them as they come in, and we produce them as they become available and as they're ready to produce to the requester. So this includes reviewing anything, applying redactions, or making the determination that they may or may not be exempt under IPRA. And this happens throughout the entirety of the request. So if we receive a request today and we receive one of the 15 records that's responsive tomorrow, we will review and produce that record as soon as it's available and continue producing on a rolling basis. If we determine that a request has a high volume of records, or we notice that this is for a major incident, such as an officer-involved shooting, which we know would take a lot of review time because there are many hours of body cam video, there are many reports, supplemental reports, et cetera, we will alert the requester that we do require additional time to review and produce these records. And again, continuing to review them throughout the lifetime of the request and producing them as they're available. When we close a request, this can happen for one of three reasons. That's either because at the beginning of the time we received it, we determined that the requester was not asking for records from the city of Santa Fe, and we have forwarded it to the proper custodian. We can also close a request if we have searched all available resources to us and are unable to locate any records that are responsive to the request. And the most common reason is that we have fulfilled the request with all of the responsive records we believe to be responsive to the requester's request. And in responding to requests, ultimately, that is the job of the Office of Records Custodians to provide the records to the requester in response to the request. However, it is a collaborative effort with everybody throughout the city because, again, we do not have access to every database throughout the city, so that does require communicating and collaborating with team members and city actors to gain those responsive records. We also have direct access to city-run emails. So we will run those searches initially and contact you guys for any emails or communications that exist outside of city servers. We also communicate throughout next request with the requester and communication with staff just to make sure that we're receiving and staying on top of our deadlines. And we also acknowledge that while it's our responsibility ultimately to provide these records, we are not always the expert. We're not always the experts in some of the records and some of the confidentiality that needs to be applied to the records. So we do reach out to the city team who is responsible and who's the subject matter expert. We take their advice, we have a conversation and a dialogue and make sure that we're applying the most accurate redactions as required under IPRA. And we make sure that we are following up to comply with our statutory deadlines. And to do this, we have created an internal communication timeline that my office follows. And the reason for this is because Next Request is a great tool to help us track and communicate with staff, but also we need to remember that we are receiving multiple requests per week, and we need to stay on top of our communication with our customers and with our staff. So we will reach out within the first day, find out who is the necessary support staff to add, and we'll add them via Next Request and alert them via Next Request. So usually that means that you're receiving an alert from Next Request to your city issued email, letting you know that you've been assigned as support staff and you might possibly have responsive records or some advice on how we can locate these responsive records. What we're really looking for through this communication timeline is just communication from the staff, any type of response. So that means if there are no records, that you are responding to us, letting us know that no records exist, you are unable to locate records, or you're providing records and are still searching for records that may exist in a storage location, in the back of the storage location, in one single storage box, and you have to look through several pieces of paper to find that one responsive record. So that's really the communication we're looking for to make sure that we are still staying on top of those, and also keeping in mind that we are all human. We take vacations and somebody gets sick. So we put in these measures to make sure that there is somebody who can help us get responsive records. As I mentioned earlier, we in the Office of Records Custodians conduct an email search of the city servers. So what we will do is we read the request from the original request. We identify key search terms. We utilize those key search terms in our message archiver to be able to search for responsive emails. We will then alert city staff and the requester of those key search terms we used and how many emails were pulled up using those search terms as possibly responsive. So what this does is it allows city staff to be able to provide either additional key search terms that may be more helpful in finding responsive records. It also allows them to provide any emails or communications that do not exist within the city servers at that time. It also allows the customer to be able to see the key search terms that we did use in this search. And maybe they aren't looking for quite as many emails and they have one subject in mind. It gives them the opportunity to be able to contact us and narrow their request. So for example, we can receive a request for any and all emails that are relating to the city council and parking. As you guys know, we have a parking division here at the city of Santa Fe. So using city council and parking as key search terms can provide hundreds of thousands of possibly responsive emails. So it affords the customer the opportunity to be able to say they want a specific date range, or to be able to narrow it down, or to let us know that they truly do want those hundreds of thousands of emails that involve the word parking. And your involvement as city actors is very important to adhering to IPRA because, again, as mentioned, the Office of Records Custodians has the duty to respond to IPRA because it's our responsibility as the records custodians. However, the city as a whole, as a public body, is also required to respond to IPRA. So it's a collaborative effort, and it really just helps us provide responses in a timely manner, avoid complaints, fines, and lawsuits under IPRA, complying with our state statutes, and maintaining transparency as we can within the IPRA guidelines. So the key takeaways from tonight's presentation are just reminding everybody of the importance of open communication between departments and city actors with the Office of Records Custodians, having a better understanding of what the Inspection of Public Records Act is and the responsibility that the city has to comply with our deadlines and production of documents, highlighting some of the strategies that our office has put in place to improve response times and customer service. Because again, the goal is to produce complete and accurate responses to all public records requests and to provide additional records online as we can. And the Office of Records Custodians can be contacted at one main phone number that does go to everybody in our office. So any public records specialist has access to the phone number and the email that anybody can help any customer at any time. And with that, I will stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think we'll just, if anybody going down the line has questions, try to begin the night by observing our protocol of 10 minutes per person. We'll just go around until everybody has a chance to ask as many questions as they want. And Councilor Castro, I'll start with you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the presentation and all the hard work. I think we were all impressed by the numbers that you've showed us tonight. And I'm excited to know the next request is going to be helpful. I understand that there is already automation happening. I'm a little bit, and we could get in the weeds, I might ask this offline. Can we do some of that redacting through automation? Is there any other piece that we could add to sort of help ease the strain on these 5 folks?
So currently, the accident reports were the easiest because the track system, which is utilized throughout the state of New Mexico, has a feature that they automatically redact certain information in specific fields. There are tools for some patterns of redaction, but sometimes it really just it depends on the type of record. So there are tools in place that can help us, but like I said, it really just depends on the type of record that we're looking at the time.
And since we know that the video records in particular are a little bit heavy, is there any additional technology or support we could offer for video surveillance?
Not that I'm aware of right now. Again, the police department utilizes Axon for their body cam, which does have a redaction tool, which also has some AI features that are in there. But again, we do review them just to make sure that the AI tool tracks properly as well.
And this might be a question for city attorney. Are we fully staffed in this department?
Mayor, Counselor, yes, we are. And actually, there was a one-time appropriation just recently. I think the Office of Records Custodians has identified temporary assistance to utilize that funding. And also, we've started to use some of the overtime funding that was provided. And we're going to try to attack it from 3 levels. So we're going to use 2 different type of temp assistance and the overtime and see how fast we can attack that backlog.
Thank you. And, I'm not the biggest fan of temp companies, but I do definitely see the need. And especially because of the increase of 25% this year, I'm really excited that we're automating the accident reports. Thank you so much. See the floor.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia Gallegos, for the presentation. And thank you to your team. It's a increasing amount of workload that you all have to endure. But the accident reports going online, I'm thankful for that, just because I know constituents have had a lot of trouble getting that, some weeks, some months. And so hopefully that's expedited it. What is the average time of turnaround from PD turning it over to your team to going up online?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia. So the turnaround time, the policy at the police department is that they are completed at the end of their shift. And then the records team does review it from the PD side. And so usually we see the turnaround time between 4 to 6 days, just depending on the type of accident.
Amazing, good. From months, weeks to couple days. So awesome. Vast majority of IPRA requests are police related, whether it be traffic reports, which we shouldn't see as much. I mean, 2024 is 50%, 54%. That should be 0 next year or this year, right? I mean, I'm sure, are people still submitting IPRAs for accident reports, or are they guided online? How's that working out?
Thank you. So we do receive requests for accident reports. We do review them because we have received them. If they are for accident reports that are available online, we will direct the requester to the website where they already exist. But that also allows us the opportunity to determine if they are asking for an accident report that happened prior to the date they were published.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully that process streamlines and allows your team to get work done, focused on other activities, such as the 32% of the criminal reports. Those aren't going away. And then you've got the other 5% for other police-related activities. How is the work broken down? Do you have staff dedicated to PD? That way they can focus on other, what does the breakdown of requests look like?
So our team in the Office of Records Custodians works on a rotation schedule. So each public records specialist has an incoming week. So what that means is that during the week, starting with the requests that come in after 5 p.m. on a Friday through 5 p.m. the following Friday, one public records specialist is responsible for all of those incoming requests. So each of the 4 public records specialists are cross-trained in all of the city departments. Okay.
And there are some requests that last weeks, if not months. I mean, if not, unfortunately, years. How is that follow with the staff? Does the same staff person follow that particular request? What does that look like?
Yes. So generally, yes, the same staff person will follow that request. As City Attorney Erin McSherry mentioned, we do have that one-time funding that's allowing us to tackle this backlog of requests that we have. So it may change the the records specialist that is responsible for fulfilling it just based on the workload that they have at the time. But generally, without the one-time funding, the same records specialist will follow the lifetime of that request.
Okay. Then last question, which is a big question for you, which is, if you had a magic wand, what could we do to help you get records out the door quicker?
Thank you, Counselor Garcia. That's a great question. If I had a magic wand, I would say that any record that could be made available online would be made available online. So through our office, we do, since we have the duty to respond to records requests as they come in, that means we are reviewing everything, but that also means that we have the opportunity to identify some records that can be made available online without any redactions.
And they would just be available online for anybody.
Yes,
As that record request comes in, you can just point them in that direction very quickly.
yes.
What is holding us back from getting that done?
I think that's a variety of factors. I mean, just in communicating with different departments, it really just depends on their software that they're using or the types of records. Because as I did mention during the presentation, sometimes it takes city staff time to go away from their desk to go to this storage facility that's a few miles down the road and search in that storage box for the physical record. So I think there are a variety of factors into why they're not available online. I think it's partly scanning physical records, part of the software that some departments are using and not knowing if there is the ability to publish them online.
Gotcha. Well, thank you to you and your team. The big heavy lift. Unfortunately, this type of requests aren't going away. The public wants to be involved in their government, which they have a right, and you get to see that every day with all the requests that come in. So many thanks to you and your team. No other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell?
Mayor, thanks for being here. Whew, what a workload you guys got. I mean, I remember when it used to be, nothing like that. One person sitting in there, taking care of this. Plus, I also want to compliment you and your team for the way that you handle some people that are extremely difficult and rude and not kind. I know that happens. I know we have people in this city that have built a career on putting in IPRA requests. And it's a horrible, horrible waste of taxpayer resources. And I think you guys handle those with a lot of grace and just keep your head down and keep going with them. It doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you very much.
Counselor Faulkner?
I would just like to reiterate my colleagues. I think you guys have a big, big task at hand and you're doing a great job at it. And I do think like some of the IPRAs that are coming in are forms of harassment. And I just want to say I appreciate that you guys are taking the hit, go the front line. And so I really appreciate the work.
Counselor Merrill?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you for your professionalism in the way you've presented the information to us tonight and the way you handle this work. It doesn't go unnoticed and really appreciate the work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you, as everybody has said, you guys have a really tough job. And I also was curious, as been mentioned about, what else can we automate for you? What else can we automatically have online and available? But I also think, as you mentioned that sometimes you have to send people to links. It's, a really good conversation of our website and how our website is navigated. And so that's not your responsibility, but I do think that is interesting as something when we're looking at, the various requests that are coming in. If there is a way that we can highlight the ones that are going to be requested more often, and I know it's a small task, but those add up. So I think that as we continue to make those updates, that getting your input and your team's input on what you're getting a lot of requests of that people should be able to easily locate online will be helpful. I know we continue to have those conversations. Very happy that you were able to get those hires filled. I know that was a really important request from the budget for last year. So welcome to those team members. My other question, it's a little different. You guys are doing a lot of evidence review, and as you mentioned, some of those videos are very violent and they're I imagine, very challenging to watch. We have talked about this with other departments that are exposed to violence, to kind of secondhand trauma, and how we take care of mental health And I'm curious about you and your team and if that is an issue and if there is something that you need or something that you guys are doing to really protect from that burnout and protect from that emotional hit that you guys will take when you are reviewing some pretty challenging and difficult and sad and scary scenarios.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question, Counselor Cassett. I really stress to my team to take advantage of the city's resources. We do have the Employee Assistance Program, which does offer the free counseling sessions. I do stress to them that mental health is important and they need to take a break every so often, because while our work is important, it's also important to make sure that they're not burnt out and they can continue to function on a daily basis.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad that that is something that is highlighted. I know you guys have a lot going on. And similar to constituent services, you are one of those frontline departments that when there are people that are angry and forget to be kind to city staff, that you receive a lot of that. So really want to recognize that work that you do and thank you guys so much for all your work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia?
Mayor, not much else to add. In other words, gratitude to you all on your team. It is a heavy lift. There's a lot of work to do, and thank you for coming on board and handling it. Gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's educational for all of us to see all the work that goes into handling the requests, not just the volume, but the amount of care and concern and professionalism that makes sure that each one is handled properly and the response is not just legally responsive, but also fills the request. So we've seen huge improvement, great advance, even as the number of requests has come up, so has our capacity and our capability and the way you and your team handle things. So I think everybody up here appreciates it and also appreciates the education, chance to see behind the IPRA request what the actual flow chart and what work goes into every single individual request for information. It's good to know not just what happens, but how much work it takes to make it happen. So many thanks, and we'll keep an eye on the volume and also your needs to make sure you're able to do the job correctly and as swiftly as possible. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, and thank you, counselors, again for having me tonight.
Thanks for the briefing. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item?
Item 8B, Beautification Initiatives Report. And here to present is Public Works Director Regina Wheeler, Parks and Open Space Division Director Melissa McDonald.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, members of the governing body. Regina Wheeler, the Public Works Director, and I'm joined by my colleagues to make a short presentation to you tonight. We're very excited to present the second annual report on the City of Santa Fe's beautification and safety initiatives. This report contains statistical results of the efforts, graphical pictures about what's been done. If we have extras here with us, if anybody doesn't have a copy and would like to have one, we'll be taking excerpts from the booklet and using them as slides up above. But these booklets are also available. What you'll find in this booklet, of course, is that beautification and safety initiatives are a huge priority for the City of Santa Fe, for the governing body, for all the leaders and all the staff. What you'll find reported in this booklet is initiatives across every department in the city is involved in this important issue for our city. It's a huge priority for our constituents as well as for our governing body and our staff. You'll see in the report efforts by the park rangers who help keep our parks safe and lead our encampment cleanup initiative in a humane and effective way. You'll see report on the efforts of the Keep Santa Fe Beautiful that engage our public to beautify our community. Businesses, individuals, cleanups, beautiful murals, and you'll hear a little bit more about that tonight. The city clerk's office is involved in beautification and safety initiatives. They lead the nuisance property efforts as well as the shopping cart pickup efforts, which have really reduced the shopping carts we see in our city. Of course, the parks team, which beautifies our city with lovely seasonal installations, as well as, of course, maintaining our parks so they're safe and beautiful, and picking up litter and taking care of weeds. To the Environmental Services Division that creates opportunities for residents to drop off household hazardous waste, brush, trash, really important part of keeping our city clean. Of course, the Complete Streets Division that's engaged in tackling potholes in a rapid fashion and paving our streets and improving our intersections for safety and beautification. So we're very happy to give you some highlights here from the podium and answer any questions that you might have about the larger report. And the next person to speak to you, I think, will be Carol Branch, our Keep Santa Fe Beautiful Executive Director.
Thank you. Mayor Weber, councilors. My name is Carol Branch, and I'm the Program Manager for Environmental Services and the Director for the nonprofit Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. I'll start with the city litter assessment. So this is the third year in a row that Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, Board of Directors, city councilors, and other volunteers have participated in assessing the city for litter, scoring on a scale from 1 to 4, 1 being almost no litter, to 4, which would be an area that had an illegal dump site. The city litter assessment is a science-based study created by Keep America Beautiful to collect data and measure the progress of litter eradication in cities. This is our report card. All 4 districts are assessed, including main streets, arroyos, shopping centers, open space, neighborhoods, and the river. We conduct this study in March to prepare for the Great American Cleanup. The purpose is to identify heavily littered areas so we can target them and send our volunteers and staff to conduct the cleanups. As we gather data, we are able to get to the root of the problems. We have identified businesses, landowners, and others that have excessive litter. We then hand deliver a letter along with the city ordinance that give the rules for litter. We offer solutions. For instance, do we need to increase trash collection, add trash bins, etc. As we bring awareness through public education and hold people and businesses accountable, we are changing bad behaviors as we all work together to keep our communities litter-free. The city has been very successful in eradicating litter. Our results show that the average dropped from 2.37 in 2024 to 1.98 in 2025, which is a major improvement. This year, we could see a measurable difference from last year. And if we were assessing public lands only, our scores would have even been better. Special thanks to our dedicated volunteers, including the Trash Pandas, Jason Sharp, and the Park Rangers, and the Governor's Office. It's not too late to sign up for the Great American Cleanup, which is Saturday, April 12th from 9 to noon. Communities all over America come together to pick up litter. So you can sign up at our website at keepsantafebeautiful.org or call me at 955-2215, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Could I just, we're going to do questions formally in a minute, but because you've got the slide up with the data on it, can you just give us a quick explanation about what the process is for getting those numbers collected? How do you go about driving around the city with council members in many cases for coming up with the scores?
So we have 4 Mayor Weber, councilors, we have 4 scores, and we assess 14 different areas in each district. And so they score them from 1 to 4, 1 being no litter or very little litter to 4 being excessive litter or an illegal dump site. And then we average those, and that's how we come up with the numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Mayor Weber, City Councilors. This progress report, formerly known as a Clean and Safe Spring Report, highlights 12 city initiatives focused on improving beautification and safety across the city of Santa Fe. It includes a breakdown of more than 9,000 constituent submitted reports, known internally as CRMs, for 2024. This booklet was developed with the support of city staff who helped select and shape each project, prioritizing the issues residents raise most and centered on the themes of enhancements, improvements, and advancement. The CRMs summarized in the report are grouped into 9 main categories and 12 subcategories, covering everything from illegal dumping and litter pickup to graffiti removal and abandoned shopping carts. Illegal dumping, including homeless encampments, shopping cart retrieval, and general litter, was the most frequently reported issue in 2024. It accounted for 45% of all CRMs, with more than 4,000 reports submitted by Santa Fe residents. I redesigned this year's publication to be more user-friendly, featuring clear metrics for each project, such as budget, staffing, waste collected, and average cleanup costs per area, to name a few. It also includes a guide for residents on how to report an issue through the City of Santa Fe website, mainly for those unfamiliar with the internal process. And beyond the numbers, this report highlights how departments are working together across divisions and with service providers to better respond to community needs, demonstrating action and accountability that strengthen beautification and safety initiatives citywide. With that, I'll now hand it over to Parks and Open Space Division Director Melissa McDonald, who will walk you through 3 of the 12 featured projects.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you, Henry. I appreciate the introduction. I want to spend a moment and introduce some of my superintendents that are here tonight. Not everybody could make it, but we have a great selection of people here. I have our operations manager, Nathan Seiss, our park ranger superintendent, Jason Sharp, Andrew Garcia, our horticulture superintendent, Ryan Pritchard, our IPM manager, and arborist, park arborist. I have Brandon Ulabari, who is our medians superintendent, and Lawrence Cordova, who is our trails and graffiti crew superintendent. And I just thought you all might want to put a face to a CRM, because I know many of you hear from these folks throughout the year. So I just want to thank them so much for their awesome work. I am going to go through 3 initiatives. As Regina mentioned, there's a number of them in here. I'm sure you're going to have questions, and if you don't get to them tonight, feel free to follow up with any one of us, and we'll be glad to answer those. The first one that we're going to talk about is encampments. So the ranger crew is only been around 3 years. They have a very tough job. They handle it with the utmost respect and compassion and diligence and efficiency. And I have to give Jason Sharp, the park ranger superintendent, just incredible kudos. He really works very, very hard, and the whole team does. They were able to get 2 grants from the state, one through the New Mexico Tourism Department, where a portion of it goes to this work, as well as the K. Linda grant, which is now implemented. So, and it works basically where they respectfully address encampments. They provide a notice. They try to get them directed to where they might need help. They make reports to other agencies if they see things that are concerning. They put out 105 24-hour notices last year. That resulted in 862 encampment cleanups. And that was over 260 tons of debris that was removed. And they also go through all of this and pull out important things. They'll hold it for 10 days. It's a very tough job, and it's just handled very well. This is a huge success, and I think we all should be really proud of this. The next one is our graffiti crew, and they're kind of coming out of hibernation. We can't really do a lot of graffiti work in the winter because we have to have a temperature of 40 degrees in order to apply paints. And we can do some power washing, but it's very weather dependent. Last year, we had 382 complaints, and you can see here the percentages of where these were. So 59% were on public property, 22% on private property, 15% on playgrounds in parks, and 4% on roadway signs. This crew is 2 people citywide. They are remarkable as well, and they often rank in the 98th percentile. Yet it only accounts for 4% of our CRMs. However, it's so visible and it really makes a difference when we do it. And so that's why I'm highlighting the great work of Superintendent Cordova here. The next one is our most public facing one, which is our litter and weed management. And this is combined of a number of CRM complaints, but Superintendent Brendan Ulibarri, our Parks and River and Watershed section, our Ranger team, our median crews, our IPM folks, all kind of contribute to this. This is our most public facing area that we work, meaning that we work with citizens groups. We work with our 15 adopted park groups. We work with our nonprofit partners, the Santa Fe Watershed Association, the Fat Tire Society, iRide, various Santa Fe Conservation Trust. So we have a lot of public facing, and of this group, does remarkable work as well. We picked up over 800 tons of litter and waste last year. That's a lot of garbage. So we're really proud of this group, and we also right now are engaged in 2 of our blitzes. So the first 2 weeks of April, we are, you might have noticed, we have a lot of people out there cleaning up right now, and we're just getting going, but we have these blitzes twice a year. And this is really important for a number of reasons. The spring blitz is perfect because we're kind of getting weeds before they come up. We're trying to in the cycle because when you have a weed, it just kind of continues to perpetuate if you let it seed. So that's a big part of it. Of course, the litter pickup is always a big deal, especially before, our tourist season or the legislature or whatever is in place. So anyway, with that, I'll let it go. And then the last thing I wanted to just point out is we do in this booklet have a number of ways for people to get involved. And as Carol said, we just are kicking off, or we're finishing up and celebrating our Great American Cleanup, and staff will be supporting that. And I hope people come out and continue this whole week. We've been doing a lot of cleanup. So, and then we have our Love Our Watershed Day and some other things in there. With that, I think we'll all stand for questions.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let's just repeat the process, but I'll start with Councilor Lee Garcia on my left. If you have questions or comments for any of the folks who presented, please take your 10 minutes and ask questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. There's many times that constituents reach out and, there's so much out there. I do think the department, all the leadership and those that are working, I did participate in the litter index 2 years in a row. I think this year I must have missed it. So, but it definitely is eye-opening to go in and drive around and actually look into the little areas where you really wouldn't think that there's going to be trash. And so I think that, litter, trash, whatever you call it, there's a lot. And I think that, kind of opening up and thinking outside of the box, and how do we get people on board with being conscientious about where the trash goes, where the litter goes. It could be a McDonald's bag or a soda pop that just flew out of the back of your vehicle or you place it on the top of your vehicle. But in regards to all the work that you're doing, I do appreciate it. I guess trying to figure out ways to, again, get our community engaged, because it's not just you guys that should be charged with that all the time. I think that, how do we get our community engaged? How do we get our partners throughout the city of Santa Fe saying, look, let's help in cleaning up our city as well. And I think that's really important. And so I think the more that we put our message out there, it will resonate within people. And I 2 on Tuesdays, the campaigns that you hear on the radios and things like that. I mean, I hope that people really do utilize those and think about it on a daily basis. And so really not too many questions. I do appreciate all the work that you all do. And I know that we have a lot of work to do in this area. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassidy?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, everybody who presented. Really do appreciate and appreciate the work. I did have the opportunity to go out with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful for the litter assessment this year, and fortunately was able to do all 3 years and really did see a difference. And a lot of the areas that I was rating, it was like going to be a 1, and then there was a shopping cart. And so, I mean, there were these large items, but the amount of kind of little trash pieces and remnants of encampments had really decreased. And I really, want to thank Carol and the Keep Santa Fe Beautiful team. And she was talking about how incredibly important that partnership with Parks has been. So really want to give you all credit for the amount of work that you've done. I always like to remind the city of Santa Fe when we get to weed season that we have an ordinance on the books that does not allow us to use herbicides, which is not the same as other cities where they do still are able, they're able to use chemicals to kill plants. And Santa Fe is a very environmentally conscious city, and decided that we were not going to do that. The ramification of that is that we have more weeds and that it is a much more manual job to remove them, and that they will continue to seed and continue to grow. So I just think that is such an important piece of knowledge, both for the understanding of our constituency when they, go somewhere else and they're like, well, they have no weeds. How come? And also to recognize the amount of work that you guys are all doing to really make sure that we're able to keep things as under control as possible. I also really appreciate the innovation that Melissa, you and your team have taken on. So there was that fun steam cleaner where you, I guess, kill it with plant oils. And I know that you're always looking at some of the different methods and hearing about, getting started early with weed prevention. I really do appreciate it. Melissa, this is a question for you. I've seen an improvement in not seeing as many overflowing trash cans at parks. Great. Why? Is this, did the public get better at this? Did we finally replace the tiny trash cans that looked pretty but weren't very useful? Have increase in staff? I'm just curious because I've noticed when I'm at the parks and when I'm on the trails that I'm not seeing that as often, and I'm not getting reports of that from constituents very often either.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I think it has a lot to do with the work of Nathan Seiss. He joined as the operations manager in October, and he's been really on top of this. And he's now doing ride-alongs with the crew and pointing out specific things. And I believe that's really helped let them know how we need to manage our parks. So I would probably give him a lot of credit.
Well, Nathan, thank you. That was, really, I've noticed a huge difference when I have been, and I'm at the parks quite a bit. So really do appreciate that. And I have also noticed the graffiti team, they respond very quickly. Again, where I'm typically getting reports or sending in reports is graffiti on play structures, which are usually very inappropriate for children. And so I have really noticed a very quick response from the team as soon as we get those CRMs in. So thank you to everybody. I know that there's a lot going on as I frequently talk about encampments are one of the big sources of litter in our community. So it really does show how the various complex issues that we are dealing with all, weave together, and everybody really is doing their part, and truly do appreciate seeing the improvement, and thank you all so much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Counselor. And Counselor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you for this book. This was a great surprise. I know you all put something together fairly quickly last year, and it was instructive. And I think this is even bigger and better. And love the pictures, love the statistics, and I think it's a great way to help us understand all of the efforts that you and your teams undertake to keep the city looking good. And I just am struck by, I was just jotting down here, on page 58, it talks about 260 tons illegal dumping from encampments collected. On page 48, 30 tons from the Keep Santa Fe Beautiful Day. On page 34, 20 tons of green waste removed. On page 34, also 15.78 tons of waste removed. On page 24, 700 to 900 litter pickup, I guess maybe that was bags of trash picked up every, I think it was week. Let's see, let's go back here. But it just gives you a really good sense of the size of the problem and also the size of your efforts. 700 to 900 trash bags collected per week. And then this was sort of interesting. On page 36, 175 pounds of recyclable metal removed under Tree Smart Santa Fe and river and watershed maintenance. So, I mean, again, amazing. And, anybody who thinks we're not doing stuff, here's proof. You guys are doing just an awful lot. So thank you. I want to say to Carol Branch, I'm so sorry to have missed the litter assessment. I want to encourage my colleagues, if you haven't done that, to please, when asked, go out. I did do it 2 years in a row. I did think it was very interesting look at the city, and I learned some things about where we have problems and the nature of those problems. And I think it's an instructive tool, and I'm grateful to have been able to participate in it those 2 years. Sorry to have missed it this year. Try to catch it next year. So I guess mostly I just want to say thank you for all the work, and thank you for this book that helps us point to the work that you all do. And with that, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Faulkner.
I would again echo my colleagues. Thank you for all the work you do. It's clear we're doing the work, and I appreciate you guys so much. And I also feel like it's a sizable task, and you guys are doing a great job. I'm hoping, so in District 3, we have a piece of property that's belongs to the School for the Deaf, and it has a abandoned Volkswagen bus on it and some other major trash. So if we can work with them to kind of fix that problem. I know Councilor Garcia and I get a lot of complaints about it, and we've been trying to figure it out. And given your expertise, it would be awesome if we could collaborate to get that fixed. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Mayor, thank you all for being here. It would be a lot easier if people would pick up after themselves, wouldn't it? I mean, how hard is that? Spend tons of money, tons of effort. People work so hard because people don't want to pick up after themselves. Really discouraging. I really applaud you guys for getting out there all the time, and don't get discouraged about it. You're making great progress. We're deeply appreciative of it, and wish we could come up with some kind of campaign where we let people know that really not okay to not pick up after yourself. Pretty basic. So thanks for all you do.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director McDonald, Director Wheeler, Ms. Branch, all your team members. I mean, you guys unfortunately hear the worst of the worst, all the complaints that come in. And so thank you for dealing with the hardest work that folks sometimes have to deal with in the city. Two quick requests. If I could get the breakdown of the $150,000 for trails in 2024, appreciate that, because I know that's a question BPAC will have. And then if I can get a copy of the 2025 litter index report. I didn't see it in this report. Is it included in here?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Garcia, I can send over the report to each one of you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Branch. Now, as we get to the updates, I really appreciate this update going on what happened in 2024. And I think this was one of the intentions around a resolution that was brought last year of getting just a consistent report in regards to what's going on, what's more importantly being accomplished. And so my hope is that we can have these on a more consistent basis. So City Manager Scott, if we can at minimum have these reports to be done biannually, it helps us to be able to communicate to the residents that, look, this is the work that's getting completed. You know, it's quick and easy for folks to say, well, this pothole's not being fixed, but we want to ensure that we're communicating to the public what the work is getting done. So if we can do that for these 12 initiatives or 12 things that are getting done. Park rangers, when we brought them on board, I didn't think their job was to clean parks. And right now, that's a lot of what's going on. How many park rangers do we have currently?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we have 6 positions. We are currently onboarding some rangers. We've lost some, but this is from April to April. So during that period, we had majority of those positions filled, but we have some exciting news. In our recent rapid hire, we filled all the positions, and we now have both female and male rangers, which has been hugely in need with dealing with different populations. So we're really excited about that. So we'll be fully staffed, I believe, by the end of April. Is that correct, Jason? Yeah.
Okay.
We're waiting for the onboarding, but we've got the positions filled. So we're excited about that.
Okay, so how many do we have on board? How many did we hire? I mean,
Also, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, they are doing the job that they were hired to do. So they are working with the homeless population in this capacity here, but they also patrol the parks. They are ombudsmen to our community. Jason has that K Linda grant where they're going to start going into the schools and educating children to pick up after themselves and hopefully get their parents to agree. So they have a broader scope than is represented here, but they're definitely an incredibly useful team to us.
okay, I appreciate all that information, but how many do we have on board right now?
Right now, we just have one because we have one and our superintendent, and we're waiting for the rest to start.
So we're awaiting 4 to come on board through the process.
We have 6 total, yes, including him.
Okay. And back to, I guess, my recollection of, I didn't think that they were going to be cleaning up encampments was the park ranger's job. That was at least not what I envisioned when we brought this program on board. So why is it that we're using park ranger time for encampment cleanup?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we added that at the end of COVID, and it was a 3-year budget. We had adopted them taking on that piece in public spaces. They don't do private spaces, they just do public spaces. So it was approved by this governing body that they do that.
I don't recall changing that. We don't really change staff positions here. So
Not positions, but budget that allowed for that to occur.
But we don't change like job descriptions. We might have budgeted, but
I'm not sure what the question is.
So-
They are working within their job description. Yeah.
right. And I think when the initial creation of the park ranger program was implemented, it wasn't to clean up encampments. And we can continue this offline because I'd like for us to steer away from using park rangers for cleanup and encampment cleanup, maybe encampment identification and working with folks, but doing the actual cleanup.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I see your concern. We actually run a contract where they call a contractor who comes and cleans up the encampment. So the rangers themselves are not cleaning up the encampment. They're identifying a encampment. They're patrolling areas like the river or different corridors like Harrison Road, and they're reaching out to the contractor and assigning them the work to clean it up. So
Okay.
they're not actually cleaning, they're connecting people to the work.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a minute. Sometimes I don't get your questions all the time.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
And I guess, maybe this is a question for Jason. So Jason, as you encounter an encampment, do you bring in ARU? Because I mean, that's again, not the role you would be the facilitator, bring in ARU. So can you walk me through a typical process? You and your team is patrolling a park or public space and you come across an encampment. What are the next steps?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, that's a great question. It's complicated. We do try to bring in resources when they're available. We work closely with the ARU and we try to connect folks. One of the reasons we do these encampment cleanups is because we developed the 24-hour notice process. And in that process, we're giving folks ample time to come and remove their belongings. And then, so we're around to make sure that process is being followed. So that's why we're so deeply involved in these cleanup.
Right. So besides giving a 24-hour notice, we're not really doing any additional outreach or pointing folks in the direction of supportive services, or do you have information that you might hand out to, the residents of an encampment and say, here are entities where you can receive support services?
Correct. We we have flyers that we hand out that direct people towards services. We also work closely with outreach providers, giving them like camp location.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharp. I appreciate that. That's helpful because, again, I know sometimes you're the first person that comes in contact, but there might be, somebody better suited to help support the individual. And I just want to make sure in those instances, you're able to facilitate that transfer and have the appropriate entity come in, whatever it may be. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharp. Nuisance abatement properties. Where do we stand with this process? Because I know that there's a list of 5 folks or 5 residents, but I've received, just in my district, complaints from more than 5 homes. So where are we at with the nuisance abatement team, the process, getting folks investigated, et cetera?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Garcia, for the question. The city clerk's office manages that, so I'll let the city clerk respond.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia. So the nuisance abatement program is basically a team of a group of us, meaning it is overseen by the constituent services manager, so Javier. He works with the city attorney's office, land use, code enforcement, as well as the parks team, animal control sometimes is part of it. There's a number of people involved, as well as the police department and the fire department. And so what we do is there are a number of properties across the city that have reached the level of needing a nuisance abatement. So what happens is when they receive a certain amount of constituent calls or there are certain problems that have occurred on these properties, we highlight them and we start the letter writing process, meaning we send them over a letter that states that we have identified their property as a nuisance and we request that they submit a nuisance abatement plan. If they do not send us a nuisance abatement plan, I believe it's within 30 days, then we send them a letter that we are determining it is a nuisance. Once that happens, we start collecting information and evidence towards that nuisance and work on the legal process. Is that?
It's helpful. The reason I ask is that I know in District 2, there are properties that would hope have met a threshold. And I think that's what I want to learn more about, is the threshold that must be met to be considered a nuisance. And so I think maybe that's another conversation. That way I can communicate to residents when they complain that their neighbor or somebody else is, whether it's accused of drug dealing, many other offenses, what certain threshold has to be met for the city to begin to intervene, because there's been, District 2, we did Cayo Contento. That took over a year for us to address that property. And I want folks to have confidence in this process and fully understand what metrics have to be met to be considered nuisance properties.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I'd just like to say we'd be happy to meet with you and sit down and talk about it. I also want to just put in the forefront of everyone's mind that we're also attempting to remove someone's property right. So that is why there is a high level and a high burden. We do have a number of properties that we're looking at, and I can give you those numbers, but we're happy to meet with you. So please come in and reach out to us.
Sure. Happy to do so. I think my 10 minutes is up, but I definitely have more questions, so.
Okay, we'll come back around, but you're spot on with the clock, so thank you for that. Councilor Castro.
Great, thank you so much. No worries. I probably won't use my 10 minutes, so you can use that.
We'll go back around.
I want to thank you again for this information. I think it's really important that we're sharing this with our constituents, along with all of the amazing work that Mr. Sharp is doing. I also want to just thank everyone for the quick responses, in particular on some of the graffiti around Cerrillos Road corridor. Every time that I've requested, it's been immediate. So thank you so very much. I am a little bit concerned that folks put a lot of pressure on complete streets as well. And so I want to point out and thank you for the road maintenance list. And I want to point out to our constituents that all of this is available to them, I imagine, on our website, and we can direct them in that.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Councilor Castro. Actually, it's available on the agenda packet. So this booklet is attached to the agenda tonight. And I don't know if we did end up posting it on the website yet. Oh, it is posted on the website. Brandon says. No, it's not quite posted on the website yet. The list of paving plans is also available in lots of different places, but the bond list was published as an agenda item. It has been put in the newspaper. And I think we are talking about possibly trying to post this booklet somewhere on the city website.
And that would be my suggestion. It is beautiful. It does give us a ton of information. I think we all find it very useful, and so would our constituents. And since we do have a lot of concern about what projects are ongoing and when they should be starting, the fact that we have a timeline is really helpful. So thank you very much. I am obsessed with Pothole Palooza, so thank you again for all of that. That was a lot of fun. And I have been on Sunday mornings doing some volunteer work at Guadalupe Park. So if there's anyone who wants to come out and help pick up trash, keep Santa Fe beautiful, we would love the support. But I would thank the park rangers as well. It's been really clean. It's been really helpful. I know that there's some work being done on the road, so it's a little difficult, but I have heard a lot less complaints from some of those folks, and I do want the businesses in that area to feel free to reach out. I know they're struggling with some of these updates on the roads, and not to mention some of the encampments in the park, but we are doing all that we can. Continue to reach out to us. Thank you so much, and I cede the floor.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'll ask a few questions, then we'll go back around to anybody who wants to do some more follow-up. The Pothole Palooza is near and dear to my heart. I'm glad you brought it up. Could we just pause for a minute and get an update on, first of all, I'm not sure everybody knows what Pothole Palooza is, why it's called Pothole Palooza. When we started featuring this pothole extravaganza, and then what what we have to show for it. And I do know that it is if you were to rank things that people are painfully worried about, I would say potholes is really high on the list. And so maybe you could do a little more digging, so to speak, or filling on what Pothole Palooza is all about.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Michael, in the back room, I have a slide I'd like to project while we're talking to this issue that the mayor has asked about. So Pothole Palooza was invented, I think, about 3 years ago, and it came out of the situation that happens in the spring here in Santa Fe after a snowy winter, where the streets that aren't, any street that doesn't have great pavement really just starts exhibiting a lot of potholes. And this Pothole Palooza event was invented as a way to take every person in the streets maintenance team, all the crews, the ones that are normally grading dirt roads and fixing sidewalks and sweeping the streets, as well as the ones that are always working on the pavement, all get together and work from either side of the city to tackle potholes. And they tackle them in a number of ways. We've actually, over the years, perfected our methods. A lot of people might remember the bad old days when they'd have a truck that had some, we call it hot mix. It's the hot asphalt, and they'd shovel it into a hole, and you'd see the next car go by, and boom, it came right out of the hole. And so from that, the team did some research, and they found something called permapatch, which is a bagged material that actually makes a really solid patch even in cold and damp conditions, because hot mix isn't even available when it's cold. But this actually works when it's cold. So that's a big deal. We've improved our processes. We improved our Pothole Palooza procedures by actually even carving out whole swaths of asphalt parts of roads and paving, do mini paving projects to repair them. And so we go from either end of the city, we take customer constituent input, we look ourselves where we have our own list that we've managed, and we're just filling the potholes and grinding and filling and patching for 2 solid weeks for about 10 to 12 hours a day. They start just after midnight so they can work in the high traffic areas, and then, usually knock off at about noon, because at that point there's traffic everywhere and you can't do anything anyway. And the team, it's just really appreciates this initiative as an opportunity to tackle this issue that they get so many communications about, is that they initiate it now. We don't even, and then we just hear, oh my God, Pothole Palooza is starting next Monday. It's part of their regular plans for annual work. And last year, because of the conditions of the roads after the winter, we did 3 Pothole Paloozas. The first one filled almost 3,000 potholes. The second one filled almost 1,000, and the third one filled 1,000, for a total of almost 5,000 potholes altogether. And so luckily this winter was much more mild. We did just complete our 2 weeks of Pothole Palooza for the spring. I'm sure we'll do another one, but the city's also been tackling this pothole issue by investing in paving every single year. The governing body has appropriated at least $3 million a year to paving. It's allowed us to pave 5 or 6 roadway segments. We reconstructed some roads last year. We took care of some Paseo Real, was a really road in poor condition. And so that decreases the number of potholes that we see. So that sort of double-pronged approach of investing in pavement rehabilitation as well as in the maintenance is definitely addressing the needs better and better.
Thank you. Thanks. I think it's a matter of real community interest and concern, and I appreciate your ability to go into depth about not just what the process is, but what we're using, what materials, and then the additional effort to eliminate the need to do Pothole Palooza someday. Carol Branch, I want to throw some bouquets at you. I think you've done an amazing job with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, but you're often you don't take enough credit. Give us the data. How many of our medians have been adopted now by groups that you do the outreach to engage them and then hold them in a good way, hold them to a standard of performance, so that it's not just the city crews doing medians, but with the cooperation, collaboration, and the financial input of a good number of our groups around town, You've upped the number of medians that have been adopted and you give out annual awards. It's quite a great, and you've got a huge number of volunteers. I think you should unpack that a little bit for us, please.
Mayor Weber, counselors, we currently have 54 medians that are adopted in the city. And we also give out quarterly awards for outstanding medians. This is comes out to $500,000 in just maintenance alone, not to mention the infrastructure, because once a median is adopted and they put plants, that stays with the city. And unfortunately, we are kind of running out of medians because we have to take safety into consideration. So in other words, we don't adopt out medians in major streets anymore. And when we revamped the program about 5.5 years ago, every median after that does not have irrigation. So we're very water safe. And we do have a few that are grandfathered in with an irrigation system, and that's always a problem. Thank you, Brandon Ulabari, for helping me to address those. Any other questions?
Are there, are there more medians available to be adopted, or have we capped out?
Mayor, counselors, so the majority of the medians that are adopted are in the high visibility areas. We could surely have more adopters on Rodeo Road and Airport Road as well. We don't have that many takers for those.
Okay, but we could. And do you have a estimate of how many volunteers you rally for Keep Santa Fe Beautiful? Because it is, we talk about the city crews, but this is a community-based effort to keep Santa Fe beautiful. And you and your team, your board, and everyone makes it happen. But it's a large number of individuals across the city who participate.
Okay, well, let's take the Great American Cleanup, for instance. Last year we had 2,500 volunteers, and I can look at statistics before I took this position, and we'd have 50 to 70 volunteers. We partner with all the public schools, so they participate on the Friday before. And then some schools like Chaparral will do their own community cleanup on that Saturday. So we are also, besides partnering with the schools, we pick 2 elementary schools per semester. We go in and we, first of all, give them a book about littering and environmental information. And then we go in and do some activities with them and interact with them.
Great, thank you. I've used up my 10 minutes, so thank you. Thanks for the answers. Go back, Councilor Garcia Lee. You want to come through? No, Councilor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I forgot I had one other question for you, Director McDonald, about the Adopt a Park program. And you had mentioned, it was kind of an offhanded comment of park adoptions. I know this is a program that I believe has maybe come and gone throughout the years. I'd love to hear what its status is now and what it really means when somebody adopts a park and who has been taking that on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett. I think the program has been pretty consistent. We have Jessie Benavides who runs that program. She has been growing. It ebbs and flows by community interest. Right now, we have 15 groups that adopt a park for 3 years. And then they bring in their volunteers and we support them through having tools available. She'll go out and work with them sometimes. This is separate from our community garden program where we have 6 mayordomos who also volunteer in those community gardens. So it's a very exciting program. I want to encourage people to, if you want to get involved, if you want to start a group, Councilor Castro will get you signed up with the paperwork. And we work very closely with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. And so there's lots of ways for people to get involved in keeping our parks clean and healthy and safe.
Wonderful, thank you. And do we have a list of which parks are adopted in case people want to join the adoption?
We
process?
do have a list and we can, we usually, I don't have it off the top of my head, I'm sorry, but we do have a list and we can almost always find something for someone to do in the park that they want to work in. So if you have a neighborhood park, we will get you connected with the group or we'll help you establish a group.
Wonderful. Thank you. And if you could send me the list when you have an opportunity, I would love to see that. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Merrill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I just want to give a shout out to the park rangers and the work you have done, the responsiveness that I have seen when I have reported encampments. And thank you also to Melissa McDonald because I have had several of these and I think constituents are very grateful for the speed in which we've been able to address some of them. And I just want to thank you for that work. I also, I don't know whether this idea about nuisance and in District 2, there are a couple of houses that are suspected of drug dealing. And I don't think our nuisance process really is designed to address drug dealing or drug houses or houses where drugs are dealt from. And I don't know if City Clerk Salazar or the city attorney can speak briefly to that. I'm not sure. They are, and I know we have real frustration from constituents around this, but they're, and I've talked to the chief, Chief Joy, he's not here tonight, but I know that he has expressed to me some of the difficulties of addressing these properties. And I just think since it came up, I just wonder if we could just touch on it briefly.
Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth. So the nuisance abatement is a public health and safety nuisance abatement. And so there are a lot of moving parts to it. Problematically, it's not that cut and dry. So I can't give you an absolute answer that if there is a drug house, that is definitely a nuisance. It just depends on the behavior. It depends on the location. It depends on the house. A lot of it has to do with, whether it's safe on the outside and the inside and what that means. So it is a question that when we meet with our teams, we really look at and see, is there something that we can abate here? And sometimes there is not.
Yeah, and I think it's just worth pointing out because I think the other thing that's hard, and what Chief Joy tells me is that, you have to see kind of a violation. He and his officers have to see a violation, witness it in order to be able to address it. You can't just say, well, there was a kid on a bike with a backpack and a hoodie and coming and going, and I'm sure, that was drugs. Unless you see the drugs changing hands, there's not a whole bunch anybody can do about it, and it has to be done in real time, which I think is difficult. It's part of why these houses are difficult to address. So, we do have some constituents who are very frustrated, and I don't blame them. But it's just a really difficult situation, and I don't know if there's more to say on that in this little thumbnail sketch of this issue.
Mayor, Councilor, I don't know if there is much to say. All of these nuisances are similar, whether it's a barking dog, if it's drug behavior. If our team, whether that's code enforcement, the police, the fire department, cannot see it or have evidence of it to utilize, then we really can't move forward in any manner. But our team is trying very hard to find whatever it is and to deal with it. But it doesn't mean they are able to catch everything at every time.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Faulkner. Start your clock there so you all play by the same rules.
Timekeepers are ethical. So getting, in regard to what Councilor Worth was just speaking to, is the reason that the police have to see it in order to react to it, is that because of a state law, a city, is it in the code, the charter? What is it in that's requiring that to happen? This is unfair to you, Melissa.
Mayor, councilors, I don't think we have the right folks here for this conversation probably, but it would really depend on the circumstance. And I think so just to Councilor Merworth's example of a person on a hoodie, on a bike, visiting a house, none of those things are dangerous to the public. Person on bike, that's fine. Person visiting house, that's fine. If they were trailing fentanyl behind them or something as they went through the neighborhood, that absolutely would be a nuisance. But there has to be some sort of risk to the surrounding area or something that is decreasing the quality of life to the neighborhood for it to be a nuisance. Otherwise, it might be a crime, and that's just totally outside the nuisance spectrum. And then we're talking about a different situation. And there's lots of different evidence that might relate to prosecuting a crime or investigating a crime, which is different than a nuisance, which is not criminal.
Great, thank you. And I'll probably pick this up offline with city attorney's office. The other question I had is, or like statement maybe, we're about the pothole palooza. Airport Road is a disaster. Like it is just getting worse by the second almost. Like I take it every single day and it is it's horrible. And so if there's any kind of like short fixes we can do around that, before we actually like repave the whole road, that would be amazing.
Thank you so much, Mayor Councilor Faulkner. We are aware of the condition. Airport Road was a tricky one because we were getting $3 million tranches for paving every year, and Airport Road itself is over $3 million alone. That would have meant we paved one road. So it really didn't fit in our paradigm, but the bond has made it possible. It is the absolute top priority of the bond. The team has already secured quotes from vendors, and we're making our striping plans and making sure we're all ready to roll as soon as we possibly can, which will actually be next paving season. So we'll continue to patch and fill potholes. We are sort of poised so that if there was any chance that when we probably get the bond funds around August and we could quickly issue a PO, and if any of our vendors had any capacity, we could do some of Airport Road. But that blade patching was tried a couple of years ago on Paseo Real. It was a disaster. It made things much worse. So we won't be trying that. We think really the best we can do is filling potholes and getting to that paving job as quickly as we can. So we're really gearing up and ready to pave that as soon as we can, as soon as we get the bond funds.
And is there some reason we can't do paving? Like there's nothing we can do to expedite Airport Road getting dealt?
It's an over $3 million paving project in itself. We'd already issued all of the $3.5 million we got at the beginning of this fiscal. We already issued those purchase orders. That paving is going on. You've seen it. We've sort of closed Sandoval and closed a bunch of roads, and it's happening all over. So that money's already been issued and basically spent on the projects that was funded. And we're waiting for the bond funding that will be available in about August. But like I said, we already have quotes, so we'll be able to issue POs right away. And if there's any chance, maybe we'll have a late season again. Sometimes we can pave into October. We were able to last year. And if there's people with capacity, we'll get it started if we possibly can. So we're definitely looking to get on that.
So where was most of the paving happening in the city with the $3 million?
I think it's in the booklet. We listed what we're doing this year is in the booklet. It's always distributed evenly around the city. We always take the paving money and put it in each district. And I gave away my booklet. I'm not looking at it right now, but so it's always distributed amongst the districts. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, anything? Councilor Garcia, you have the floor. You had some other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding the nuisance property question, I believe police need to see a misdemeanor. They have to witness it, which drug dealing typically falls under. It's a misdemeanor. That's why that needs to be witnessed, to answer Councilor Faulkner's question. Community cleanups. We've got the Great American Cleanup coming up on Saturday. Hopefully we pass 2,500 volunteers that we had last year. So kudos to you and everybody organizing that. Is there a way we can continue the momentum of those 2,500 folks, even if we get half of them, 1,000 folks to continue to commit to a monthly cleanup, even 25% of them, or 500 folks monthly cleaning up our community? Do we have resources to help your team if we were to rally 500 people a month for community cleanup events?
Mayor Weber, Councillor Garcia, Keep Santa Fe Beautiful is not funded. So all the resources that we get, I either apply for a grant for, or the board of directors fundraises for. So sometimes we do run out of supplies, and of course, staffing is hard. So we do the fall cleanup as well as the spring, Toss No Mas. And like I said, we're doing everything we can to educate the public and the little ones in schools to help pick up trash. But sure, we can always use more resources.
Okay, so if it's budget season, so that's why I'm asking the money question. If we were able to get you some monetary resources, would you all have the capacity to manage a monthly cleanup event?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that would be a hard ask, but we could try. Myself and my staff always go out and pick up trash, as well as managing all the other activities that we do, projects.
Okay.
But that would be great. We've never been funded, so.
No, let's get you funded. I mean, I don't want funding to be the thing that keeps us back from having a consistent kind of community cleanup efforts. And if that means figuring out how to bring more team members on to your team, I'm all for it. There's no bounds in regards to how clean we can make our community. You can never have a clean enough community. And you've demonstrated that you've been able to have success, and I want to continue that and figure out how we can work to support you budgetarily. So maybe we'll connect offline, Carol.
Thank you, Counselor. And also, this Great American Cleanup, we've had even more volunteers sign up than last year. So we anticipate a bigger cleanup.
Amazing, amazing. Well, good luck on Saturday. I look forward to it.
Thank
Next question was about graffiti. We've got 2 folks, and we've got way more graffiti than 2 folks can handle. Where are we at with boosting up the graffiti team? Because with 2 folks, you're basically responding. You're never, ever taking any proactive measures. And especially with graffiti, there are going to be one-off spots, and then there's going to be your hot spots that teams are going to constantly be buffing and painting over and painting over and painting over. And so are we bringing on more staff to help with graffiti removal?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we did not propose to bring on new staff. We're going with a flat budget, so no, we're not bringing on new staff. But I will agree with you, that team is remarkable. They do a great job. They consistently are at in the 90s with their response. So I think they do a great job. And if we expand that in the future, that's great. We might want to look at that as a whole, like what's important to the community. And I think the type of work that Carol is doing is really helping us as we target what we need moving forward. We work very closely with the litter index and some other things. And so we really get a lot of great feedback. So I agree that it's a wonderful team.
Oh, they're amazing, but I think we need 5 of you at least. So I want to put that plug in. Now, is there cross collaboration? Because there, again, as I mentioned, there are hot spots for graffiti around the community, and a deterrent can be murals. And is there a way where we can identify spots, whether it be through Carol's amazing program, we implement murals, or through the Arts and Cultural Department? How can we utilize the data that y'all are intaking through your work identify places that are constantly being hit up by graffiti and placing murals on those locations because it will become a deterrent. Is that any plan in place?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, yes, we are regularly collaborating with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful, and they're just beautiful boxes that they create. I'm sure you all recently have seen them. And yes, we frequently talk about where we have problem areas, and they come up with great solutions like murals to address it. So we are in that process, and we'll continue to do that for sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're taking more of a proactive versus having that reactive approach. You're never going to eliminate graffiti. And that's where even having sanctioned graffiti walls is helpful because it allows folks to artistically express themselves on a sanctioned wall versus some business's wall. And I think this is where, I've been hoping we can implement a mural program throughout the entire city where businesses can donate a wall and muralists can put their art. And I think it's a win-win for our community. So
Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia, I also just wanted to touch on how to get people involved. Through our nonprofit contracts that we have with the Santa Fe Watershed, they work with the Trash Pandas that's been helping at the state level and with Carol's group. And as well as they have a coffee pickup on the river every month. And so there's a lot of ways that we can get people connected with these groups. And so, if anyone's interested in getting involved, we can definitely get them involved. We have regular cleanups and we'll connect those folks up. So I think it's a wonderful thing that you're bringing it up because we really need it. This is about building community, not just picking up trash. We cannot, like these guys and gals will be out there picking up trash all the time, just like you go out and pick up trash. I know many of you were at the governor's trash pickup yesterday, and it's endless really. And so it's education, it's community involvement, and we 100% agree with the statements that all of you are talking about, and we are trying to be proactive, and we're ready for people to show up.
thank you, Director McDonald.
Uh-huh.
Through the report showcase all the amazing work that you completed in 2024. What is planned for 2025?
Thank you so much, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, for the question. But you can see on page 52, it really lines out all the roads that we'll be working on over the next few years. Of course, we'll have our pothole palooza. It also shows the projects that are under pavement right now. So that's on page 52, right about in the center. The streets that we're paving this season are Alarid, Cordova, Paseo de las Vistas. Oh, those are completed in 2024. And then these are for 2025, right? So at the bottom of 52, God, there's a long list. Solano, Old Pecos Trail, Camino Cruz Blanca, Plaza Avenue. You can see them all here. And then the next page, 53, is the beginning of the bond projects that'll start in 26. We'll do Pothole Palooza. We have a big initiative right now that was one time funded for sidewalk repairs. And so we actually just issued 5 purchase orders to get a bunch of sidewalks fixed. We've been working with private residents. Of course, the cleanups, more of the median adoptions, more of the weeds. One of the things we did want to highlight right at this moment, it's a great thing that you ask, is that every year the parks team usually gets a little bit of extra budget in the one-time appropriations for additional contractor work on our medians and weeds. That's really helpful and important. So the budget that we get every year goes so far, but we can really add to that effort with some additional funding for the contracts for that, because I think you might have seen the median crews out there. And, the more we can have them out there, the better our medians will look and the more on top of weeds. So it's really all of these initiatives and more.
Okay, thank you, Director Wheeler. And as more projects are planned, if you can please bring them to our attention, just because I want to make sure that we can share that information with the public. Okay, I'll close up. Thank you, Counselor. I just want to continued engagement with other entities outside of the city of Santa Fe. This is an issue that impacts everybody. And I know some attention has been given to roads, but I'm going to speak more towards beautification and trash right now. And so, as Director McDonald mentioned, there was the cleanup yesterday that the Governor's Council led. But there are the folks like the Trash Pandas that lead it as well. And there are many other organizations that do such work that don't like the recognition, but they want to keep their community clean. And those are the folks that are ultimately going to help us get us where we want to go. So I just want us to continue to engage with those folks. But more importantly, the staff that's sitting behind y'all, the folks that are doing the work every day. I mean, Andrew, your parks look beautiful every year. Thank you for everything that you do. I mean, it's a team effort. When I mean team, it's not just the City of Santa Fe team, it's our community team that ultimately is going to get us to where we need to get. But we also got to be honest and realistic with ourselves. We can always do better. We can always make our parks more clean. We can always make our medians cleaner. We can always make our city less graffiti infested. So I applaud all the work that was done, but we need to continue to encourage ourselves to do more. And what that means, equipping the staff that's sitting there with more resources. That means more staff, more tools, whatever it is that they need to get the job done. We need to support them to get the job done, because at the end of the day, that's what makes our community a better place to live in. And I know we all care about that. And everybody in this room wants the best community we can live in. So thank you for everything you're doing. And let's continue to get more work done. Thank you all.
Thank you, Counselor. All good? Great presentation and a wealth of information, in addition to what's already being done, ways for people to participate or report a problem and get attention to it. Really a terrific document and a great record of accomplishment, and also a list of things to do going forward. So really grateful to everybody who was here tonight for all your hard work and for all you do for the city. It's tremendous effort and great results. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
It's 7 o'clock.
Mayor, I'd move that we go to petitions from the floor.
Second.
We have a motion to go to petitions from the floor and a second. I would also note that there's some folks we're going to ask your indulgence to stick around, because after we do that, there are several items that have been pulled from consent that are of real significance to the entire employee base of the city, including the contract and approach to health benefits. So if you're here, please try to stick around. We want your comment. I know we've got some members of unions here to provide input, and I'd hate to see you have to leave, but we do have a standing policy that at 7 p.m. we, wherever possible, whenever possible, shift gears to petitions from the floor, whether it's folks in the room or who are on Zoom. So there's a motion and a second to change the order of the agenda to go to petitions now, and then after we complete that, go back to the regular order of business. I think Councilor Lindell is on her way to where she can Zoom in. You may have to send her a link to Zoom in. She's not unable to participate, but she has to do it remotely. So let's call the roll on the motion.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Oh, sorry. She does have a link. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, we will turn to petitions from the floor. If you are here and you'd like to speak to the governing body on any matter of concern to you that does not involve a public hearing tonight, but is rather addressed on public hearing agendas. I don't think we actually have any public hearings tonight. But anything you want to bring to the attention of the governing body, the city clerk will keep the clock Please do your best to respect the time limit and the interests of people who are waiting their turn. But with that, you have the floor.
May I ask Michael to put the clock up, please?
Uh,
Is it working now?
It will be in 1 second as soon as we get the clock going.
We good?
1 second. All right. It's a 2-minute opportunity. You have the floor. Thank you.
Trevor. We missed you at the obelisk ceremony celebrating the 163rd year anniversary of the defeat of the Confederate soldiers a couple weeks ago on the plaza.
I'm sorry, we need you to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name's Eric Fuentes. I've been here a few times.
I know,
Every
but
month.
it's just for the record every
Okay.
time.
No problem.
Thank you.
As a mayor, don't you think you should have been there? I think that might have been interesting. I'm perplexed as to why you want to bury part of Santa Fe's history in a cemetery. Since the 1980s, I've been hearing about people interested in moving here and how they're going to fix Santa Fe. Indeed, I've heard people laughing and saying they can't believe we live in mud huts. They want to remove stucco, place colorful siding on the plaza, and fix this place. I've heard this personally myself. Generally, these people are the same, rich white men. I have found throughout history that individuals that claim moral superiority have no morality. To claim such contradicts itself. The majority of people with this claim have become tyrants due to their, quote, moral superiority. I find an admirable person who was morally superior and didn't claim so was President Abraham Lincoln. The quest to end slavery was correct on every front, and it cost this country dearly. The obelisk is a part of a monument recognizing volunteers that fought and some that died at Glorieta Pass to defeat the Confederate Army and the perpetuation of slavery. It's impossible to understand why you would not want this celebrated and recognized. Indeed, it's unconscionable. Is this part of your moral superiority to remove monuments that recognize the defeat of slavery? Really? It has become apparent that the only people who want to erase Santa Fe's history are not from here. Everyone I know from here has acknowledged the removal of the obelisk illegally by people not from here was wrong. They also acknowledge that this is an affront to the descendants of the soldiers who fought and the deep-rooted families of Santa Fe. You know, people from here. Mr. Weber, you sold a magazine for hundreds of millions of dollars, are not from here, moved here and present yourself as a savior from Santa Fe from its history. Indeed, a rich white guy. Erasing history dooms it to repetition. You have succeeded in creating more divisiveness within Santa Fe due to this. We used to be a tricultural community that was full of respect for one another. I've been here a long time. I know that to be a fact. Now divisiveness is on every corner, like the homeless. I'm asking you again to quit this game and reinstall the obelisk, or are you just another rich white guy here to fix the Hispanics and the Native Americans? Racism's palatable.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please. And please withhold approval or disapproval. We're not applauding people. We're not booing people. Everyone has the opportunity to speak with respect and without audience comment. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. My name is Danny Katz. I've written a number of books on social engineering, and I'd like to take the opportunity to frame some of this administration's actions in light of a social engineering strategy called demoralization. Demoralization is a psychological and socio-political tactic used by tyrannical or authoritarian forces to weaken a population's spirit, identity, and will to resist. One of these tactics is promoting crime and drug use. When crime is tolerated and drug use is encouraged or decriminalized without support structures, the result is a breakdown of order and a collapse in public morale. I'd like to present this flyer, which is all over our city. It features 2 fentanyl pills, and it says, "Never use alone." With fentanyl, the uncertainty is certain. Always have a rescue buddy available. So the subconscious programming is take twice as much fentanyl, not don't take fentanyl. The outcome of this type of demoralization is citizens feel unsafe, hopeless, and powerless, less likely to organize, question authority, or strive for a higher standard of living. And then another demoralization tactic is the removal of statues and historical symbols. The destruction of historical monuments is a type of psychological warfare. Demoralization campaigns are designed to erase hope, break resistance, and reshape reality, ensuring that the ruling power remains unchallenged. Some examples: Joseph Stalin removed statues, Adolf Hitler removed statues, Mao removed statues, which forced people to denounce their own history, creating a sense of disconnection and submission. Saddam Hussein did this, and the Taliban did this. The common thread is demoralization is a tool of control.
By removing statues and historical references, regimes weaken people's connection to their past, making them more susceptible to new narratives. The destruction of cultural icons sends a message: your past is gone and resistance is pointless. By reshaping history, dictators prevent opposition movements from finding historical heroes. This demoralization campaign is Alan Weber's legacy, but members of the city council, this does not have to be your legacy. You guys can make a different choice and support Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening. My name is John Paul Granillo, and I'm part of the Citizens Council for the Governor. One of the things that I wanted to bring up was murals. You were just talking about murals right before, and I believe that the city should have an initiative to be able to do small murals, not large murals all over the place. It takes a lot of time, a lot of resources, and a lot of organizing. But if we talk to those businesses, made relationships to cover up the graffiti instead of sending one person out to cover up and never match. Because if we're talking about the idea of tourism, starting on Airport Road, going all the way from the airport to here, you're going from really bumpy to intermediate to, this place is safe. But if we made it all interwoven together and made it beautiful, which we were trying to do yesterday as a collective, those small murals would make a difference. And I would actually, propose the opportunity for youth to be involved in those murals. Artists going up and just putting their mark, well, that's great. But if they don't live in that area, they don't get to make that mark. I can't go to your house and right next door to your house. I don't need a billboard. We need relationship building and community building from the purists. And the most focus there is with the art. So if the Arts Commission could put something together and more funding towards that to build those out and put lead artists, let the community vote on those artists on who they want to lead it, not handpicked and juried by somebody else. Let the community pick who they want to represent themselves and put in a sketch of what that would look like. That's the first issue. Thank you. And the second one is the amount of vandalism and crime all the way from Cerrillos to Airport Road, the small businesses. Walmarts are larger businesses. They're able to take those blows. Not that they should. I'm not saying that anybody should take a blow like that. What I am saying is the small businesses that get their windows broken or trucks stolen or different things, all those little pieces matter. And they're not going to be around if we can't help out with some of the city economic development in those areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Lisa Farrand. I am a member of the Trash Panda Community Cleanup. I saw most of you there yesterday. That was a really wonderful community event. I'm also a volunteer river steward with the Santa Fe Watershed Association. And I did hear that both those names were mentioned when I was driving over here. I heard on the radio. So we do need to come together more and collaborate more as groups with Keep Santa Fe Beautiful. You were asking Carol Branch, could Keep Santa Fe Beautiful organize 500 people a month cleaning up? They probably can't. But if anybody wants to talk to me about how the Trash Pandas can become more involved with that, we do have our mission to clean up as much trash as we can. We've cleaned up over 17 tons in 2 years of trash. We've had 1,700 hours of volunteers showing up. And so we are getting to be a little bit better known, and we want to keep that momentum going with all of you, with the state as well, with the governor's office moving forward with her Breaking Bad Habits campaign. So we're here to say that we can support any efforts and to collaborate with any other groups that want to get out there and pick up trash, because that's really what we do. We pick up trash. And of course, there's so many other issues in the city that are contributing to that amount of trash. And I personally don't have the answers, but I do know that it's not really that hard to pick up trash and to be an example for other people that are driving by. Like, I think we forget that we can be tremendous exemplars, and the fact that most of the city councilors, or all of them, were there yesterday is huge, because that's showing that you care. And the more that government officials or people in places that have a lot of influence can show up, that is a really great way for the community to go, wow, if they can come and clean up, I can clean up too, or I can do something, right? So it's about empowering people to feel like they can do something as part of a community, as part of a group, and that's what we're about. And the Santa Fe Watershed Association, of course, does do a lot of cleanups. And so if Councilor Michael Garcia, if you want to talk more about that, about how we can get more involved and get these big cleanups that you're envisioning, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, have we got the clock working for the next speaker?
It should go up as soon as they start talking.
There you go. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, everybody. My name's Jake Benton. My wife, Marissa Loya, and I reside at 1430. This property is directly adjacent to 1300 Agua Fria, currently being considered for the micro community project, or one of them. We have serious concerns about this proposed development west of reconsider it. Over the past 9 years, we've worked hard to make our home a sanctuary. We've invested a lot of time, money, emotional energy in creating a place where we feel safe, comfortable, and secure. This proposed project threatens to undermine our primary concerns, property value. This one's pretty obvious. The development of a pilot home project so close to our property, carrying a fence line, flats in the fence, could significantly decrease the value of our home. Factors like safety, aesthetics, the general environment, and in the area are crucial to property value. And if we decide to sell at some point, major, our biggest investment, huge. Privacy and security. We would lose our privacy living next to a site that could attract transient residents. This increases our concern for personal safety, particularly given the proximity to a known problem house within crawling distance. Big issue. Security would be jeopardized by this development. Safety risks. The area is a congested area. Residents all around that whole area. There's schools nearby, which adds concerns about the traffic, potential conflicts. Residents in nearby. We just ask that you respectfully consider these concerns and advocate for a more suitable location for this project. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Matt Johns. I'm here to express my support for addressing homelessness with urgency, compassion, and real investment, including the use of pallet shelters in the right locations. Where we implement matters. Communities across the country have adopted pallet shelters, and almost without exception, they are not placed inside residential neighborhoods like 1085 Richards and 1300 Agua Fria. I will now read off a list of implemented sites that comes directly from Pallet, Santa Fe's chosen pallet shelter vendor. For each of the sites, I will indicate whether the site is located in a residential neighborhood. My dog does not like this part of the speech. Fayetteville, Arkansas, no. Banning, California, no. Chico, California, no. Hemet, California, no. Greater Los Angeles area, no, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. West Valley, no. Grover Beach, no, no. Oakland, yes. Santa Cruz, no. Santa Rosa, no. San Diego, no. Other California sites, no, 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 no. Denver area, no, 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 and yes. The residents are not pleased on the yes in that area. Grand Junction, no. Georgetown, Delaware, no. Boston, Massachusetts, no. Missoula, Montana, no. Greensboro, North Carolina, no. Portland, Oregon, no, no, and yes, yes. Other Oregon sites, no, 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 no. Providence, Rhode Island, no. Dallas, no. Vermont, Burlington, yes. Washington State, no, no, no. Madison, Wisconsin, no. Of the 64 sites listed on pallet site, 59 are not in residential neighborhoods. That's more than 90%. The city of Santa Fe can learn from other cities' choices. Proximity is a problem. Do not destabilize our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah DeMack. I'm here to speak on the pallet shelters, very specifically the locations at Richard Avenue. There's two sites there, it's 1085 on Press. I will first begin because I've been requested by a fellow neighbor if I would make a statement on her behalf. Her name is Lucy River. Her backyard abuts parcel, technically Richard's 1085. She struggles to understand how the city councilors and the mayor could now put a homeless shelter development in this area that is surrounded both sides, west and east, by substantial residential neighborhoods. She said she has a teenager, a girl, whose bedroom looks out on that site. And the fence is just a simple it's bars, see through it. They can see us, and the fence it's only 40 foot tall. And I have a neighbor who personally had her home invaded by a man who broke her kitchen window, crawled over the fence because it's like Lucy Rivers. Her property is right there abutting 1085. That man was caught by her husband as he was halfway into her kitchen. Ms. Rivers goes on to say that she would otherwise be here tonight, but she does work Wednesday nights. She says that to her, this issue is one of fairness, that should one neighborhood, such as ours, or the Siringo Richards neighborhood, further to the east on the other side, have to bear the development of this installation of a pallet shelter in the name of the greater good. Surely it would be fairer to share the load with a different neighborhood and spare our commuting second trouble. I don't know if I can continue on my behalf or my 2 minutes are up. All right, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Valdez, and also with me is Liz Ray. We are members of the Governor's Santa Fe Citizens Council. A year ago, almost to date, I sat in this chamber and listened attentively to the mayor's press conference on clean and safe spring efforts. Today, I sat attentively and listened to the Beautification Initiative's report. While some progress has been made, there seems to be a lack of long-term strategy and sense of urgency around beautification and cleanup efforts for the city. For over a year now, the Santa Fe Citizens Council has been urging the city to develop a beautification plan that clearly outlines not only the priorities, but the actions to be taken to address these issues. Last summer, the councilors did work on resolutions focused on beautification, but they went nowhere. As reported in today's New Mexican, there seems to be a difference in opinion regarding the degree of reporting the council would receive from city staff. So here we are, a year later, still talking about it. Where is the accountability and the transparency? In the meantime, litter and trash have been scattered all over our beautiful city. Yesterday's trash cleanup on Cerrillos Road is an example of citizens and your constituents saying enough is enough. I do want to thank the city councilors, all 8 of you, for showing up and participating in the cleanup. Councilor Marco Garcia, it did not go unnoticed that you participated in the entire event all day and went a step further and joined a small team to pick up medical waste to include discarded needles. What also didn't go unnoticed, Mayor Weber, was your absence and the absence of your administration, especially the Public Works and Parks and Open Space Division. Councilor Lindell, thank you for your 11 years of service to this community, and thank you for your editorial in Sunday's New Mexican. I appreciate your comment on what makes a good counselor, or for that matter, a good mayor, which included attending community events and respond to your constituents' concerns. I challenge you, Mayor Weber, and your administration to show up and lead by example, not only for your constituents, but for the hardworking city employees that are asked to provide these basic city services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
My name is Manuel Garcia. I came here tonight to talk about my vacant property in District 4. And for the last 5 years, I just keep getting encampments every couple months, having to clear it, having to pay out of my own pocket to dump the trash from the homeless, and also pay the people to help me clear it. And it's cost me over $10,000 in the last 5 years to do so. I ask that WAMA and you as governing body members look into a way where we as residents can somehow get those fees waived. The only one that's profiting from this is SWAMA. It's costing me money, it's costing me time, and I'm paying SWAMA to get rid of the debris. Secondly, I was going to go into further about this, but I live on the east side and I decided to walk down to tonight's meeting. And on my way down here, I saw 3 encampments, which I was glad to hear in an early portion of the meeting that eventually there'll be 6 rangers, but who's taking care of the problem today? Not tomorrow. We need to really focus on what's happening today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Alan Berry. I'm from District 4. I live near a potential pallet shelter site at 1085 Richards Avenue. With all due respect, I want to express serious concerns, not just about the location, but about the process itself. It appears that the city's already moving forward with implementing these sites in residential areas without genuine transparency or sufficient community engagement. There's been little effort to explore non-residential alternatives, and decisions seem to be having been made without deeper consideration for the long-term impact on these neighborhoods. I want to be clear, I support compassionate and effective solutions to the homelessness, and I recognize that programs like pallet shelters can be successful. However, that success depends heavily on proper placement in residential neighborhoods with families, homes, parks, and schools nearby are not appropriate locations. We've already seen the challenges at Pete's Place, and now it feels like these same issues are being pushed into a new area using the same model without changes to oversight or location strategy. Residents are deeply concerned about increased safety risks, decreased property values, and the loss of community stability that we have all worked very hard to build. Santa Fe has commercial and industrial zones that could support these facilities far more responsibly, places that don't place the burden solely on families and homeowners. We're not saying no, we're saying do it right and do it somewhere more suitable. Please hit pause, involve the community a little bit more in these discussions, and work towards a solution that supports everyone effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, please don't applaud. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Curtis Quintana, and I'm a resident near the Richards Avenue site as well. I came to express my concerns about the location of these pallet shelters and also just how the communication isn't being brought to the residents that are going to be directly impacted and that decisions are being made. I've heard that you spent $14 million on picking these sites, having an outside service pick these sites. Whatever amount of money was spent, I just feel like we were left out of, no one came to our doors to ask us. I'm from here. I've lived here my whole life. And a lot of the people in this neighborhood are first-time homeowners just getting started. This is their biggest investment in their life. One of my friends who can't join me lives on the Richards side, and it's her first home as well. She just closed maybe 2 weeks ago. I just think that communication and community involvement will make future projects to help the homelessness more successful because you won't be met with resistance. And now it's going to be hard because the trust has not been, with that neighborhood, we feel like there's no trust there. I really would like to see something done about the homeless situation. I know that pallet shelters can be successful, but the locations that are two-sided with residential neighborhoods is an obvious bad choice. Pete's Pets is in a commercial area, but behind it on Harrison, you have a residential area. That area has been stigmatized and just completely destroyed by the activities at Pete's Pets. And I think a communal shelter can work. I know that there's a huge campus on St. Michael's. It's been empty for years. The movie theater over on Zaffarano is a huge empty building. I'm not, I know that non-communal gives these people, gives homeless people some dignity and a good life, but we need a large shelter. There's a big problem with the homelessness right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, members of the City Council, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Kenneth Anderson, and I am a resident of District 3 and have also lived in District 2. I am here to speak on behalf of many others who are deeply concerned about the worsening crisis on the Cerrillo corridor. Let me be clear, I recognize that homelessness, mental illness, and addiction are complex issues. The people suffering on the streets are human beings and they deserve compassion, dignity, and real support. But what is happening right now is hurting everyone, including those who live here, work here, and simply try to move through this area of town. Every day, anyone in this area is exposed to scenes of open drug use, violence, public urination, and defecation, and individuals in severe mental stress. I've seen it with my own eyes. Many of these activities are taking place on private property, and yet when business owners and residents ask for help, the city often responds by saying their hands are tied because it's private land. That leaves property owners abandoned and entire neighborhoods without a real path forward. What's even more frustrating is that when similar problems arise in more affluent parts of Santa Fe, they're addressed quickly. But on the south side, where working class families and essential workers live, our concerns don't seem to carry the same weight. This is unacceptable. The people of the south side, the people who keep this city running, deserve the same level of safety, cleanliness, and respect as every other part of the city. We are asking for fairness, action, and accountability. We need a coordinated response that includes outreach, support, and when necessary, law enforcement. But most of all, we need the city to stop ignoring us and start protecting all of its residents equally. The people who live, work, and commute through Cerrillos Road deserve to feel safe. They should not have to witness violence, drug use, and human suffering every single day. This is a shared crisis, and it demands a shared solution. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, all. My name is Kendall Chavez. I am a resident of District 3 and showing up with two different hats on today. So I'm showing up as a proud constituent of District 3, living on the far south side of town, and also as the staffer from the governor's office who's helping coordinate some of the Santa Fe Citizens Council work. So as a constituent, I drive from far south Cerrillos to downtown every single day for work and see what you all see every single day. Shopping carts, encampments, people living in RVs, open drug use, was recently harassed by someone on a median. You all see this every day. We know that it is visible for you. So when organizing this event on Tuesday, had a complete line of sight on what is actually happening on Cerrillos Road near Pete's Place. So those volunteers were with us on Tuesday when we were prepping last week, literally hundreds of hypodermic needles all over the lot next to Dutch Bros, completely unacceptable. People are getting out for coffee at that lot, teenagers often with sandals on potentially, and just a complete danger that the city needs to stop ignoring. On Tuesday, we found 219 needles that we counted. That's within a 1 to 2 block radius of Pete's Place. And again, want to thank Councilman Garcia for his work and sticking behind with us. We picked up hundreds of bags of trash, saw thousands of pieces of foil that were obviously used for smoking fentanyl, pen caps, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to thank those of you that are here that volunteered. We really appreciate it and hope to do a lot more. So the people of Santa Fe, as both, we're deeply concerned about what's happening and know that I don't envy the position you all are in. It's a very, very hard position that you're in. But we just, want you to know that a few things the Santa Fe Citizens Council is thinking about. We want to see more proactive policing, law enforcement when needed in the Cerrillos corridor and other parts of town that are utterly dangerous for families and for individuals. We want to see weekly, not annual, cleanups by the city via contractors or staff of the trash, encampments, et cetera, that are visible all over the city, even in this part of town. We want to see graffiti covered up in a timely fashion that matches the color of paint that it originally was, so it doesn't look trashy. And in general, we want Santa Fe to return to its old days of glory. We hope that you will join us in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Blake Davis.
Greetings, Mayor, and all you people that are in place due to us being your vote. We are the voters. Anyway, I just wanted to, I'm speaking in regards to the 1300 Agua Fria project that's been proposed. I don't feel that it's an appropriate place for us to be hosting these folks. It's a very dangerous intersection. It's a very small intersection. And my concern is I'm not going to get into, my home, my value, property value and all of that, that's a given. We all, feel that. It's not that, but it's more the safety of the space, and it's not a good host people. It's an it's an intersection that's very dangerous. There's a lot of accidents there, and it's a very high profile space, and there's nothing there to support those folks. We don't have there's no stores there. The closest thing is Owl's Liquor, and it's not a good. My point is, it's not a good place for this situation, and that's pretty much my thoughts on that. Thank you for listening, and
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Here. My name is Anna Gonzalez, and I have, and I've done a little bit of research myself, and as far as what California, other states have done, and how many times the police were called out there to be we're talking about the. And I've been thinking that maybe not in a neighborhood, maybe we could put our heads together and put it somewhere else. You have a lot of concerns with the elderly there. You have a lot of concerns. Now I'm really afraid now because I just found out somebody was crawling into somebody's window. I had a lady wanted to shoot me, like I said, and nobody showed up. The cops didn't show up. So yeah, it's a little concerning. So let's not do this in neighborhood. I mean, that's not the answer. But, I mean, I'd be more than happy to sit with you guys. I'd be more than happy to come in here and figure this out with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Boucher. I'm here to speak for a few folks that are either too shy or not interested in coming down, that they're here tonight, and it's amazing. This is the second time they've come out. We have a former veterans and we have a former first responder, and he's let me know that their boulders are on that little spit of land specifically because there are accidents on a regular basis. They come from Agua Fria. They had to make them one ways because people go so fast down Hickox. It's not a suitable site. It's not a place I would want a veteran to spend their last days at. I know that they're living in our rivers, right around the corner. They're living in the arroyos in the rail yard. It's what's disappointing so far for me in this experience is that tonight, for instance, we came and both doors were locked to get in City Hall at 5 o'clock. And on top of that, the lack of information. There are folks out there measuring with surveys and maps, and we get here the last time and everybody was told by your PR person that it's not even a proposal yet. Why are your panties all in a knot? Why are you here? And folks, are waiting and coming here. And it's not just about property values. It's about people's lives. It's about the folks that don't want to, I don't even know how many are going to go there, but I sure wouldn't want to live there myself. We had a homeless person die under the bridge at Alire. It's a constant battle over there on the west side, and that particular neighborhood can't take any more. And it is not something that you would want to see. I understand that there are none of the churches except for the one we have stepped up, but there's got to be a better solution. And I just hope you'll reconsider this, in particular the 1300 Agua Fria site. It's just not suitable.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth McNitt, and I live directly looking out of my window at this property. And I've lived there for 30 years. And it is, I think, I don't know if you guys keep records this way, but there really are a huge number of accidents at Agua Fria and Alarid. I would say once every 3 months. And I don't mean a little fender bender, I mean embedded in somebody's yard. It's very extreme. I walk all through the neighborhood everywhere. I literally choose the street I'm going to walk down by what homeless person lives there and what drug dealer lives on that street. It's, it's, I just refuse to not be able to walk around, but it is a big deal. Right in front of, Owl's Liquor on St. Francis. I mean, there are people just openly smoking all the time, right there. I mean, you literally have to walk to a different block to cross the street because there are so many people around the Owl's Liquor parking lot. And also, it's just a very, very small lot. I'm just saying, I mean, it's not the one at the church. I mean, that's a big, huge area, and it's in a somewhat commercial area in terms of the streets around it. It's not next to somebody's house. I too have a daughter who lives at my house. I mean, it's scary. It's really scary to think that this is the best solution when we have so many other facilities and facilities where a bathroom exists, where there is room, I mean, these little places, 8 by 8 foot with no bathroom, there's nowhere to go for a bathroom. You're gonna have to build the bathroom there. It's a tiny lot. So that's just my concern. Obviously, I do want us to have a solution for homeless. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucas Gonzalez. I live less than 100 feet from the proposed 1300 block for the pallet shelter community. I want to echo a lot of the same concerns that my neighbors have had about the traffic that's been going on there. Also, my wife and I walk our dogs just right along the sidewalk there along that block. And the amount of just trash and particularly shattered glass that we see that people have thrown from their vehicles, I'm assuming, is quite concerning. So it's just one of the things I wanted to add as far as I've already said. Things that I've wanted to say. Echo those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Evening. My name is great speaker, so bear with me.
Just try to get close to the mic so we can hear you.
I was asked to join the Citizens Council also, and one point I had was that I want this to be respectful and yesterday, after speaking with some of the people there, they said respectful and kind comes, but when it falls on deaf ears, people begin to get agitated and mean and disrespectful. And I think that what's happening on Cerrillos Road, what's happening with the homeless is not good for them, and it's not good for the citizens of Santa Fe. That's the first part of the city people see when they come to Santa Fe. You look at tourism, it's down. You look, and there are a lot of reasons, but that has to be one. You look at just what's going on. Last fall, I was eating with my niece at Panera, and I was robbed there. The place was packed. We went out to the outside area just to eat there, and homeless person, or a person that looked homeless, I shouldn't categorize, but just came up and grabbed my wallet, took off running. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to get some solution, and I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, like as the saying goes. There are a lot of cities that are dealing with this and have had good solutions. I was in Durango not too long ago, and walking around, and there were no homeless people within the thing. And I stopped and I asked, do you not have the problem because the winters are so cold? And their answer was, no, we do, but we found a solution that we have them in an area that doesn't affect the people, but we're able to provide all of the services for them. We provide the the bathrooms, the food, the medical, they're there taken care of. And like I said, we don't need to invent the wheel, but I guess my time. But anyway, all I'm asking you is take a look at our city. I mean, I'm a native and it's just not good anymore. The crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
Good evening, council members. I want to start by saying that I do support the efforts to help our homeless community, including the use of
Ma'am, we need your
homes.
name before you get started.
Oh, Melissa.
Thank
Name is
you.
Melissa.
Thank you.
So I do support the efforts to help our homeless community, including the use of pallet homes. It's a compassionate and practical solution that offers people a real chance to get back on their feet. However, my concern isn't the pallet homes themselves, it's the location. I recently purchased a home nearby myself, my first home ever. And like many residents, I'm worried about the potential for the site to become heavily populated and affected by the surrounding area and affect the surrounding areas. I respectfully ask that you consider placing these homes in locations that's less centralized, somewhere that still supports people in need, but also balances the concerns of homeowners nearby. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Grace Lee. I work at the Kelly Liquor Barn on Cerritos and Siler, and I have 3 concerns. The number one is the financial decline. We have experienced a 40% decline in our business. And surrounding businesses have also been seeing this decline as well. The current situation deters customers due to our location, unlike other places that don't have the same issues. My uncle has a liquor store on the Solana Center, and he doesn't face the same declines as we do, which is something to say. And then the second issue is safety issues. Both internal and external customers are affected. It's unfortunate that customers are too scared to walk into the building from the parking lot, and tourists and former residents are shocked by the state that Santa Fe is in. If we could create a more positive environment, because tourism is one of our number one revenue here, that would be pretty easy. And for a good while, it was just me, my mother, and another male employee. So the days that he had off, I would always be so scared to work, because it's like, what do I do to protect my mom, my store, the customers, and myself? Wow, I don't like talking, sorry. Number 3 is loitering issues. Non-customers are loitering and our insurance doesn't cover them. And this results in trash everywhere, panhandling in our parking lot, and potential safety issues. I've seen a lot of illegal drug handling on our parking lot, and I'm always worried for the customers and myself, since I'm the one that usually goes, talks to them, and asks them to leave. And Cerritos Road traffic cameras. If we could put some more effort in those, that would be great to help with, just monitoring the area in general. That would be really helpful. Yes, so I'm born and raised in Santa Fe. I used to walk to Sonic, but now it's closed. I don't even walk anywhere in Cerritos. I always tell the tourists to watch their stuff, to be careful walking in Cerritos, driving in Cerritos. And I told my little sister, who's 10, just to lock the doors immediately and hold my hand tight as we walk into a grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. I'm kind of short, but I'll make it sweet and
You're good.
short since I'm short. Okay, so I'm here to tell everybody I love Santa Fe. Okay, I lived here almost all my life, other than my active duty in Iraq and that stuff. Okay, and I come back and it is disheartening to go down by Castro's.
Sorry, sir. Did we get?
Oh,
your
I'm
name?
sorry, Thomas Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lopez. And it's disheartening to see that. I see that. And it's good that we're trying to work together and get a solution for those people. Nobody wants them. These guys, my neighborhood doesn't want them 1,300 agua fria a lira. They're already cast out. And what have they done wrong by being poor? Each one of you can be in that same shoes. Just remember that, okay? We're here for a short time. Just passing through here, okay? God bless all of you. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else here in the room before we go to the Zoom room who wants to take an opportunity to take 2 minutes to address any subject that you'd like the governing body to hear about? Are there people in the Zoom room who have their hands up, Madam Clerk?
There are 3 people in the Zoom room with their hands up. If anyone else is in the Zoom room, please raise your hand and I'll allow you to speak in order. First is Stephanie Beninato.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I have 3 points. One, I want to talk about the trip hazard that still exists at Salvador Perez. I fell, I tripped in September. There was supposed to be a permanent solution. That solution has not occurred yet, which is just buying a curved part of a mat. I suggested 6 weeks ago that you could put yellow tape down. That would alert people to the change in elevation. That you could go to Home Depot, Lowe's, all kinds of places and buy that. Hasn't happened. In terms of the swimming pool, I'm distressed that the proposal is from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. at Salvador Perez. Even last year when it was cut down, it was to 1:30. 2 suggestions I have is that now that it's budget, please negotiate the union rule that says there has to be random drug testing of lifeguards to be very clear that you are excluding cannabis. I think that would help. And also to give lifeguard supervisors the choice of having overtime as opposed to comp time, because that would mean that there are actual more people, more hours of people at the pool being the lifeguard. The last thing I want to talk about is IPRA. And I do want to give shouts out to both Ms. Garcia Gallegos, I hope I got her name correctly, and also Keisha. I have been really helped by Keisha. I had trouble getting into my account or establishing account. She was extremely helpful. However, I've been getting some really bad responses, including one where it's going to take 4 months to get 3 contracts that are less than 3 years old, copies of those, and a copy of a floor plan of Perez, which of course you must have. It is a public building and you just did renovation there. That's 4 months. I've also been asking for some records and was told that, supposedly Recreation had them, but now supposedly Public Works had them, but there are no records. And also asked for some reports from city staff and was told no police reports. So I don't know who's not paying attention, and I'm not thinking it's the IPRA staff. I'm thinking it's the staff who's responding. And I'm just letting you know, because on some level, you all are digging yourselves deeper and deeper when we get these kinds of responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Amanda Tucker, you are allowed to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Amanda Tucker. I own a business across from Pete's Place on Cerrillos Road. I've spoken at many of these. We also participated in the cleanup on Tuesday. And I was on the news last week when the GMC dealership was broken into and trashed by residents of Pete's Place. I want to talk about the Cerrillos corridor as well for the 100th time. Mayor Weber, I recently learned you wrote a book called Rules of Thumb, where you talked about leadership being bold, thoughtful, and based on real values. I took a look at that book and I read from it. You said rule number 4, don't implement solutions, prevent problems. What's happening right now is you could put limits in place around Pete's Place long ago. You have the lease. The city owns the lease on that building. They were supposed to have 24-hour security. They were supposed to curtain their fence. They haven't done either. If you were a landlord, which you are, you should be making your tenant comply with the lease. What you're doing is nothing. This has gotten worse and worse. Businesses in my neighborhood are losing business, and it's unfair. You said rule 7, the system is not the solution. You said good leadership builds systems that protect everyone. What's happening instead is whatever system is in place now clearly isn't working. Residents don't feel safe. Tourists avoid the area. Business owners are afraid to open their doors. This isn't a system. It's a mess, and people are paying for it. You said rule 16, facts are facts, stories are how we learn. You said data matters, but people's stories matter more. What's happening? Facts are clear. More than 1,800 police calls this year alone in a 2-block radius around Pete's Place. The stories hit even harder. I heard them tonight, and I hear them every single week. The man who was attacked with a knife in front of the shelter, the woman tonight whose house was broken into, residents who find needles in their driveways. Someone at my business was infected with MRSA after having to escort a homeless person from stealing a laptop from a guest in our business. This isn't right. These aren't headlines, they're warnings. Please do something finally about this.
Thank you. We have more hands up.
Yvette, you're allowed to speak.
Hi, Yvette Roybal, and I'm the owner of the GMC store next door to Pete's. And I want to thank you all for your public servanthood. And I want to be as kind and compassionate about the situation as I possibly can be. However, we definitely need some help. There has been a huge sea change in the types of things that are going on next door. I purchased this store in 2019, and Mayor Weber, I've reached out to you several times, and I appreciate you getting back to me and helping out. But we definitely need more police presence. With that headline that came out, it's paralyzing to me because I have 2 small children. Of that lady that her child touched a fentanyl wrapper and died, and I just wonder, like, what are we walking through? What are we dealing with on a daily basis? On Saturday night, my phone rang at 2:30 in the morning. They gave us the wrong property address. I got up out of bed. I went. We secured the perimeter of the main building. Turns out, wasn't that building? It was another building, and they ransacked the whole entire thing. I mean, we definitely, if any of you guys really care about the community and what's happening, we need more police presence in that area. It's awful what is happening. It's so disheartening. And I thank you guys for coming out yesterday and seeing what was taking place, but that's just a drop in the bucket. It's not something that you live and see every single day when you look outside your window to see what's happening. And they are not adhering to the things that you're putting them in. And also Beverly gets on here and says that they don't deny anybody a bed. That's absolutely unequivocally not true. There are things that are going on in that area of town that do not resemble anything that anybody that lives in this town would find acceptable. We need help.
Thank you for speaking up. Do we have more hands in the Zoom room?
Oops. Rick Goldberg, you are promoted to speak.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me okay?
There's an echo, unfortunately. I don't know if it's because you're both listening and talking on, maybe you're listening on the web, but
Okay, how about now?
You're fine now, loud and clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Sorry.
very clear.
Okay, sorry about that. I guess I've been listening, throughout the night pretty intently, and I think we should all stop pretending that this is a simple issue. The situation around Pete's Place is not terribly simple, but it is pretty political. And Mayor Weber, it's about leadership and the lack of it. Midtown residents, and I'm one of them, are living with the consequences of a failed approach to homelessness that's turned compassion into chaos. We've allowed loitering, drug use, and encampments to spill into the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods on Harrison Street, it's devastating what's happening to the folks on that side of the street. Their yards, their sidewalks, their parking lots. People don't feel safe walking their kids to schools. Business owners are cleaning up needles before they open their doors. That's not progress, that's paralysis. Let me be clear. No one's saying that we shouldn't help the people. We should absolutely help them. But we have to offer them a path forward, not protecting their rights to live in this state of permanent crises that they're living in. So here's my question. When do the rights of all of the Midtown and Santa Fe law-abiding, tax-paying, community-building residents of the city matter as much as the rights of those who refuse help, that reject shelter, and choose to camp indefinitely in front of this resource center built to move them forward? It's really a sad state. Gavin Newsom got pretty bold 6 months ago, and he cleared out the homeless issue in San Francisco, right in the financial district. It is gone. And the city is coming back as a result of it. We need to get rid of it. You guys hold the lease on that property. They're in violation of the lease. You need to get rid of them. You need to get a new tenant in there, someone that wants to do something and create vibrancy, not a needle, not a mound full of needles, which is what we all see on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
And
Thank
you guys
for-
can clap, and you can clap. I think it's worthy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other hands up?
Anyone else want to raise their hand? I'm not seeing anyone else.
Okay. Anyone else here who has been waiting their turn and would like to come forward now? Yes.
This is Jen Lopez. I'm just going to speak quickly. But I know that a lot of the solution that's been brought forward to the Pete's Place is the pallet shelters, and that Christ Lutheran has been such a success, which it is. But somebody had said a couple weeks ago that they really raised the bar very high there. And I think that when we implement these in other places in the city, the question is, the location is a big issue. Nobody wants them right next to their house, but we do want to obviously help these people. But I would also like to know more that if Christ Lutheran is such a success, what are those metrics? How is it being measured? When I hear from Henry Hammond Paul that we've had 29 people go through there and 9 have found permanent housing in a year. I'm just curious are there any metrics that have been given for what is successful? I also would like to say there's additional oversight there because it is personal property. And I think what everybody is afraid of is that these pallet shelters are going to become little mini Pete's places because we're not going to have somebody overseeing it like we have at Christ Lutheran. So I think that's why you're hearing so much fear, and we just need more transparency. Who's on the micro community advisory board? How are these 5 sites even chosen? That's why people I think are so upset. We just need more transparency.
Thank you. Thanks for speaking. Others who wish to use the opportunity before we move on from petitions from the floor?
There is a hand raised with a phone number.
Oh.
Let's see. Phone number 316-0636. You are allowed to speak. You have to unmute.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Alexis Martinez Johnson, and I just wanted to speak on one short, brief topic, and that is political violence. I was going from my Monsignor Park to my home to feed my kids lunch, and I live a little bit down from the downtown area, and I'm Republican. I'm a Trump supporter, and I just wanted to make the government officials and everyone aware that just because someone has different views from you, it doesn't give you the right to accost a person, to block their vehicle, or to throw objects at them. I respect people of different political parties, and I would just request that government officials be on alert for increased political violence. And from my opinion, I'm seeing an increase in the propensity to go right to violence versus just letting people have their free speech or their sign. Please be on the lookout. I would hate for anything to happen to anyone of any political party just because of their beliefs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom room? No?
I'm not seeing anyone else.
All right. I think we'll go back to regular order, and thanks everybody for speaking. Madam Clerk, what do we move to next? What's next on our agenda?
Mayor, I have to recommend a motion to amend something previously adopted. We have 9T, which was approved, and so I'm asking if someone could make a motion to not approve 9T and pull it off the consent. There is an amendment.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second that we go back to an item that was left on consent but should have been pulled because there is an amendment. Is there discussion of the motion? Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Very good. So we now have to bring this item up. Do you want to read the item so we all know what's in front of us?
So we have 3 items that were pulled off consent. If it's okay, I'll go in order. So 9C is the first one, or do we have to?
Remember, counselors, I think you just need to move the amendment.
Don't we first need a motion?
Oh, if we
We
don't
haven't
have a
even-
motion to adopt, then yes.
We haven't even identified what the item is yet.
Yeah, okay. I think we're on item C.
But if you want to take these in the order in which they were taken off of consent, that would not be the first one. As the clerk has pointed out, we'd start with C, D, and then T.
Item 9C,
Yes.
request for approval of a budget amendment resolution bar to allocate $794,164 from Lodgers Tax Fund balance to the Arts and Culture Department FY25 budget for ongoing arts and culture initiatives and Greer Garson Theater feasibility study.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have this was taken off of consent by, I believe,
Counselor Lindell.
Counselor Lindell. And I think first, if Director Johnson, you want to say a few words about what this is, then we'll give the floor to Counselor Lindell to ask questions or introduce her concerns. But I think first, everybody needs to know what it is we're talking about.
Thank you, Mayor Weber and councilors. This is a budget amendment resolution to transfer a sum of money from unanticipated lodgers tax revenue from FY24 into the funds for FY25 for the Arts and Culture Department. More than half of it goes into our capital improvement projects fund, and the remainder is to fund ongoing arts and culture initiatives and the Greer Garson Theater feasibilities.
Okay. Counselor Lindell, you asked this be taken off of consent. Did you want to, I know you're on Zoom, so we'll have to listen carefully, but you can address your questions or concerns to Director Johnson or others who are relevant to your pulling this off of consent.
Thank you, Mayor. We looked at this at Finance on Monday night, and I just felt like we needed more information about it. We just had a very, very sizable bucket of money with no specifics in where that money was going to be spent or how much was going to be spent. So Director Johnson did send me a clarification on all of that, and 360 of that is going to be spent in consulting, advertising, and sponsorships. And the rest of it goes into the capital improvement project funds. A couple of questions on it. What is the capital improvement projects funds, and how long can money sit in that fund?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, thank you for the question. The Capital Improvements Project Fund is money that comes from a 2% levy on capital improvement projects, and it is designated for art in public places, ideally to be located within or nearby to the projects from which the funds were taken. That money, I believe, has a lifetime of 10 years before it needs to be spent.
Do you know how much is sitting in that fund right now?
I don't have the exact number, but it is a sizable number, and I can give that to you if you'd like.
Is there a reason that we haven't been
spending that down, and because this is a pretty healthy addition to it.
Yes, it is. Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, the Capital Improvement Projects Fund has been growing, particularly over the last couple of years because of turnover in the Arts and Culture Department, as I understand it, in the Arts Commission. Art in public places development has been sort of on pause while the department regrouped. And the Arts Commission is having significant turnover and reappointments. But it is one of our top priorities in FY26, including soliciting statues for the airport and implementing a citywide mural program.
Okay. So you and I had a fair amount of back and forth discussion that on the 360,000 that's going to be spent in the one area having to do with the airport. I felt like we weren't getting particularly good value for spending $10,000 every quarter, $6,000 to a is it the Gallery Association? Is that who it was, Director?
Yes, the Santa Fe Gallery Association.
And that was they were getting $6,000 a quarter to do what?
The Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, the Santa Fe Gallery Association, we have a 2-year agreement with them to curate quarterly shows. That entails soliciting artwork from any of their 100 member galleries in Santa Fe, curating the show, selecting thematically cohesive exhibits that will go up in the airport, coordinating with the artists, coordinating the installation with our installers, and doing an extensive promotion campaign that includes printed materials, mini catalogs for each exhibition, as well as promotional materials at the airport that promote Santa Fe's gallery economy. And they also do national and local promotion of this program at art fairs regularly.
It just feels to me like to do this quarterly is too much money, because we're paying $6,000 a quarter for curating this, and then we're paying $4,000 to have the pieces put up. They're having the opportunity to use the airport for free, not paying any rent on that. And also, I don't think that we get any revenue on any pieces that are sold. So this just seems like too much to me. And, maybe we could do this twice a year, but I think doing it 4 times a year is too much. I don't think that that's where I would be spending $40,000 for the greatest return. So have we considered doing less than quarterly?
Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber, we are in conversations with the Gallery Association to go to 3 exhibits per year. The slight challenge of going to 3 instead of 4, although we think it will work, is that the gallery owners are eager to get the work back into their gallery spaces. The airport spaces, we see it as an airport art program more than a commercial art program. And indeed, there have not been sales directly from the airport, so that's not an issue that we've faced so far. It's purely served to beautify the space and to promote the arts economy at this point. And as I said, the agreement is for 2 years, which gave us time to plan what the future of the airport art program will be, whether that's ongoing rotating exhibits, which many airports around the country do. Oakland, most prominently, Indianapolis, Toronto, several other airports do a similar thing, contracting with local nonprofits and institutions, or if we will go to a permanent airport program.
So did we use somewhere else as a model, and this is what they do?
We did look at many other airport models to figure out what our plan would be. And on the timeline that we had with the airport slated to open in January at the time, we had about 3 months to create an airport art program. We were put in touch with the Santa Fe Gallery Association. They proposed a great program.
It's worked really well. I will say also that for context, at the time that this happened, the Arts and Culture Department was at about 60% staffing. So our capacity to implement a really ambitious and high spend public program like that was limited. And this was a really good solution. And considering that we had substantial salary savings at that time, contracting out to an experienced local professional was a good choice.
Okay, it might be the greatest thing possible, but it's just a little too spendy for me. So I'll yield the floor, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments at this time? Remind me, Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the floor and a second.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, are there other questions for the director or not? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Lindell,
No.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Oops. Counselor Castro. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Thank you for your being here tonight and for answering the questions. I'm grateful.
Counselors, thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next item, please.
9D, request for approval of an administrative services contract with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of New Mexico for health benefits administration services in the amount of $54,885 for the first year, excluding NMGRT, and total amount of $92,219,540, including NMGRT, for the term of a 4-year contract based on available budget and services provided. Here to present Human Resources Director Bernadette Salazar and Benefits and Wellness Manager Alvin Valdez.
Welcome. Thank you for having us this evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I'm sure you've all heard this presentation before, and you've seen our presentation. So would you like for me to go through the whole process and presentation again?
Yes, please. I think we have a lot of members of the public who haven't seen it, and this is the ultimate opportunity for everyone to get educated on what is being proposed and what the implications are for all of our employees and for the people in the city. So I think we should take whatever time is required to make sure all questions are answered and all the aspects of this process are made very clear.
Very well, sir. We will do that, Mr. Mayor. So I'm here today, Alvin Valdez, the Wellness and Benefits Manager for the City of Santa Fe. I'm with the AON team, the Blue Cross Blue Shield team. We have our Benefits Advisory Committee here on your request. We have the HR Director, as you said, and we have procurement here. And so they say that an organization is only as healthy as its employees. And while the city can't mandate yoga classes or citywide nap times, or at least not yet, what we can offer is access to top tier healthcare. So we are here to respectfully request the approval of the administrative services contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico for FY26 and beyond. So we will talk about contracts, documents, policies, premiums, and costs. But at the heart, this is about something much bigger, something much greater. This is about taking care of the people who take care of our city by providing them with a health plan that delivers the broadest coverage, the highest quality of healthcare, and the best value for both our city and our employees. So to get started, I'm just going to give you a quick synopsis of our current City of Santa Fe health benefits. The City of Santa Fe health plan is a self-funded plan where we administer our claims on a weekly basis, where both the city and its employees pay into this on a dollar-to-dollar amount. It also means that we have good flexibility to create our own plan design and get greater cost savings. It also means we use a third-party administrator to administrate our plan. So our current contract our current third-party provider who's administering our plan, Cigna Healthcare, is set to expire as of June 30th, 2025, which also prompted this current request for proposal. So in accordance with the resolution 2005-02, the resolution requires that the Benefits Advisory Committee, made up of all union leaders, including ASME, fire, police, non-union, and finance, must be part of the evaluation committee for the RFP. Unique to this year, we used a best value approach, which is a new and I guess current procurement method that's used elsewhere, but it's the first time for the city of Santa Fe to use it. It focuses on metrics, data, and you use a blind election to find the best of offerers. When this evaluation was done, post-evaluation, Blue Cross Blue Shield emerged as the top vendor. They were recommended for the upcoming contract based on superior service and cost effectiveness. Then Blue Cross Blue Shield has demonstrated expertise in administration of comprehensive health insurance benefits that are anticipated to enhance our member experience and generate cost efficiencies. So what did we get out of this plan? We found that it was a smart, safe, stable plan that's going to save us money. The plan design remains completely unchanged. There will be no change to our plan. So what we have with Cigna, we will have with Blue Cross Blue Shield. What was notable on this was it was a 3% cost reduction. So this 3% cost reduction or savings will be implemented via a benefits deduction holiday during the first pay period in December. So that means no employee benefit deductions for medical. There's a typo on here. It'll only be for medical, will not be taken. So no employees will have a deduction the first pay period in December. And then this allows for greater savings than the 3% premium deduction over 26 pay periods. Currently, the city of Santa Fe employs 1,390 employees. Of those employees, 1,146 carry medical coverage. This means that 83% of our employee base will see a holiday savings. On the provider side, we will see minimal provider disruption. After getting some numbers, we showed that the provider network match, the rates were pretty high. We had 97.05 overall, and then we had 97.79 for medical providers. We had 96.24 for ancillary services, and then we had 95.22 for our medical facilities. We had a 98.3 in-network utilization guarantee for medical claims. Finally, for open enrollment, employees will be utilizing their employee self-service accounts to elect their benefits. This means that all employees will have access and the ability to elect benefits 24 hours, 7 days a week for the full 21-day open enrollment period. They can enroll on their own time or at their own discretion. To build on top of this and to enhance our open enrollment period, we will be providing educational trainings via Teams and Zooms. We will offer 10 unique locations, offering one-on-one sessions with live in-person assistance by Blue Cross Blue Shield and their affiliates. So with that being said, I would like to introduce our Aon Health Benefits professional consultant who will give you a deeper dive, a more in-depth look at our current health benefits, our performance, upcoming predictions, cost scenarios, and savings. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of the council. My name is Trey Sarsfield. I am, as Mr. Valdez mentioned, an actuary with Aon Consulting, the city's benefits consultant for the past several years. In that capacity, I am here to opine upon the expected cost and the cost split between the city and the employees. First and foremost, we will go through a brief rate history. What we are showing here is two important pieces, not the individual numbers on a year-by-year basis, but simply that in some years, There have been times where the overall cost increase was at 1%, at a certain percent, pardon me, not the number one, at a percentage. However, the city chose to pass on a lower percentage to the employees. That is certainly well within the bounds of the self-funded arrangement. That is well within the bounds of what was true for Cigna and what is still able to be true under Blue Cross Blue Shield. The other piece that I want to point out on this first slide is that occasionally plan design changes were made. This is a rather common response to budget scenarios where instead of being able to take the entire status quo increase, there needs to be some budget concessions, and that is in the form of plan design changes. An important piece that I want to point out, and I believe Mr. Valdez did as well, is that no plan design changes are being considered or being requested for the upcoming plan year. Secondly, in order to know how much your plans will cost in total, an incredible indicator of that is where have you been? What we are showing here on this slide would be the full plan year 23-24 and the year to date through January 24-25 for the existing plan year. In both cases, the overall budget is reflected by about 99% costs, both claims and expenses coming into play. So when you are at exactly 100, then your expected status quo increase would be the amount of budget increase. The fact that you are very close to that means that you do not have a budget surplus to subsidize next year. You also do not have a budget deficit that would need to be made up for next year. You are in a good 99% place over the past 2 years. So the status quo increase would be roughly a 5%. What we bring that about is the existing budget for the current plan year is approximately $23.3 million. The city's portion of that budget is 17.84, and the other 5.46 is coming from your employee contributions. As we stated, if you have prevailing healthcare cost increases, the status quo renewal would be the increase that you would expect over the existing plan design and plan features. If that were about 5%, which is certainly in the realm of the overall prevailing healthcare cost increases, that would be approximately a 5% increase or about $1.16 million increase to a total of 24.5. However, based on the request for proposal that Mr. Valdez has mentioned, several attractive offers came in, all of which were vetted to ensure that the benefits and plan designs could be maintained, and they would compete on the basis of their fixed costs and their network abilities. The most competitive of these reflected total overall costs of about $22.15 million, which is broken into $2.65 million of fixed costs and estimated variable claims of $19.5 million. This is, as mentioned earlier, about a 3.7% decrease. In terms of verifying all these projections, Aon is in the business of underwriting and plan projecting, and we believe that a 3% overall decrease to costs is well within the realm of what we saw with your experience and expectations. So, 2 scenarios were considered for the overall budget and for the employee-employer split. First, if 3% decrease was applied to all budgets for the city and for the employees, that would be total city costs of about $17.3 million, total employee costs of about $5.3 million, or a total budget of $22.6 million. However, we did recognize that there was the indication of about a 3.7% decrease to overall costs. And we feel as though another very attractive scenario would be to leave the city budgets where they are and, as Mr. Valdez mentioned, eliminate one biweekly paycheck deduction, which equates to almost a 3.8% overall employee reduction. The ultimate numbers there would be $17.84 million to the city, $5.25 million to the employees, and Not coincidentally, this $23.1 million is the same as the $23.054 million that is listed in the agenda. Two final points would be to actually compare on an individual employee basis these two scenarios. First, if we look at the overall 3% decrease, this shows only the premium plan because we're showing current year, future year, and difference. But rest assured that while you have 91% of your employees in the premium plan, this is intended to hit every employee across all of the plans. So if we were to enact the 3% decrease scenario, you would be able to see employee reductions anywhere from $3.39 for those covering only themselves to $8.11 for someone covering themselves and their entire family. For the AFSCME, POA, and non-union groups. If we were to look at that for the fire union groups as well, that's a little bit higher in that it is $3.75 for employee only and $8.96 for an employee plus family. However, this will be my last slide. This will be my last point. If we compare the 3% reduction to the premium holiday on an annual basis, in every case, whether we're looking at the premium plan, the core plan, the HRA plan, whether we are looking at someone who covers only themselves or their spouse or their child or their entire family, fire union, non-fire union, everyone sees not only a reduction, but actually a larger reduction under the overall premium holiday scenario. With that, I thank you again for your time, and I certainly open it up to any questions.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? I think we do want to hear from the representatives who are here from AFSCME, police, fire. If they'd like to speak now, that'd be great. And then I think Councilor Garcia was the individual who asked this be taken off of consent. So I'd start questions with him. But I know we do want to hear from the representatives who've been waiting to present to us their response or their participation in arriving at this proposal. So if you're here and you'd like to come forward, this would be a great time.
Good evening, councilors, mayor, everyone in attendance. This is Louis DeMello speaking. I'm the representative for the Health Benefits Advisory Committee for AFSCME Local 3999. Our membership is happy to have this plan happen. We were having issues that weren't being addressed by Cigna. We think going to Blue Cross Blue Shield, in addition to these immediate savings, is going to help with our membership, one, accessing services for their health care, two, providing incentives for them to actually go and get their health care dealt with, and three, making the plan more affordable for our membership. We're very excited about the premium holiday that's going to be happening in December. That particularly benefits our members who are themselves an employee, their spouse, and their children all on the city health insurance plan. That's going to save them about $300 during that pay period. That's going to be quite a bit for them. It's going to fund their Christmas. So that's one of our big takeaways as far as the program goes. Again, we had some strong competitors. I'm not sure how much of that I can reveal to you until this has been passed, but we like Blue Cross Blue Shield. The takeaway from our side was that among the competitors, Blue Cross Blue Shield wanted to eat the lunch of Cigna, and it seems like they did it. They made an offer that was competitive for the city, and we accepted it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight and waiting for this item after going through the petitions from the floor as an interim. Yes, please introduce yourself and offer your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. My name is Isaiah Gonzalez, and I was the representative for the RFP process representing the fire union. So just a brief overview. The members, we had a representative from each of the unions in the city. We got together, went through the RFP process. Based on the best value approach, there was many vendors that were selected as potential candidates for the next contract. During the process, we have found that Blue Cross Blue Shield had the metrics and the numbers that for the process as a whole, the committee thought that was the best choice for the city. One thing in particular for the fire department that we were concerned about was with the Blue Cross Blue Shield, one of the big takeaways or downsides to the service was that members of our union that lived in the Rio Rancho, Sandoval, Albuquerque area would not be able to utilize Presbyterian as their primary care needs. Obviously, behavioral health, and I think it was especially pediatric would be covered. That was a big concern for us, being that most of our guys, I think there's about 77 active fire department members do live in those areas and they would be greatly affected, not including their families. That's just the members themselves or of the fire department. So that was one of the big things that we were concerned with. So far, we have been assured by the Blue Cross Blue Shield that we would have a way to make sure that those interruptions are minimalized, and they're going to give us all the needs, to make sure that those guys are going without interruption of service. So that was the only concern that the fire department had with regards to this whole process. Of course, it was determined this was the best interest of the city, and so we went forth with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here tonight.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Eric Sanchez. I represent the Police Officers Association. Not much I can add, other than that, our guys are pretty simple. They didn't ask very many questions, and I think they're going to be happy with what we have chosen. The one concern was the same thing. A lot of our members live in the Rio Rancho area, but we've been assured that those issues would be taken care of.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Director Salzer, any other, before we get to Councilor Garcia and other members of the governing body, is there anything else you want to say to summarize where we are tonight?
Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I just want to thank the Benefits Advisory Committee for dedicating the time necessary to complete this process. It was a very lengthy process, a lot of work to be done, and so I really appreciate everyone's work on this, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, you took this off of consent, so let's start with you, and then everybody will have a chance to ask questions as we've done with the other presentations, but you kick it off, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions from me. I pulled it to hear from union leadership, so thank you, gentlemen, for providing the update in regards to how your teams feel around this new proposal. Guess it's not a concern, but we've got some work to do. We've got folks to bring back to live in Santa Fe, not living in Rio Rancho. So let's get those folks living here. With that, no other questions. Thank you to the team and everybody involved in this process.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll just start to my right with Councilor Castro.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to appreciate everybody for answering the emails. I did ask a couple questions offline, so I might as well ask them since it got pulled. We did sort of address that we're not going to be losing any type of services with this plan. I apologize. I was not aware under Cigna, if we were offering gender affirming care or anything of the like, would we be offering it under Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, yes, that would remain the same as it is with Cigna currently.
Perfect. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilor Faulkner, let's just go down the line.
In committee, I do consulting work in the healthcare arena. And one thing that I'm very concerned about is we're saying that we can provide primary healthcare remedies for the people who are losing Presbyterian in the Albuquerque area. But I know for a fact there are not a lot of primary healthcare providers in the area. And so my biggest concern is we're saying that, but I would like to know for certain that does Blue Cross Blue Shield have an avenue where they have doctors who are actually available? And I'll give you an example. One of the main concerns I have, if you have diabetes and you have to wait 3 or 4 months to get into a primary care physician, that can be detrimental to your life. And there's other long-term healthcare issues that if you have to switch primary care providers, I promise you, you are not going to get in to see anybody for like three or 4 months. And so that's my biggest concern. And then the second concern I have is, I know that we've talked about there being transitional healthcare, meaning that if you're pregnant, say, and you're with your OBGYN and they're a part of Presbyterian, but you need to move over, that there's a plan to make that happen. But I want to make sure that if that does happen, that our employees are not going to be charged some kind of fee for moving that over. And then the third thing is, I know that we have a healthcare committee or advisory board, and it hasn't been meeting. And so those are my 3 primary concerns.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Faulkner, thank you for your comments. I will start by saying, once we know the status after this meeting of the contract, we do have a lot of work to do, and it starts tomorrow. We will be working alongside Cigna to obtain data to determine any impacts to employees who might be affected by the coverage if they live in those 4 county areas, as discussed earlier. Additionally, Alvin Valdez mentioned the one-on-one sessions and the educational sessions that we'll have for employees to minimize the impact. I will also call Blue Cross Blue Shield members up here to address some of those concerns. But I'd also like to talk a little bit about the Benefits Advisory Committee. As Alvin described earlier, it's by resolution, and we meet quarterly. Typically, even when it's not a RFP season, we meet probably 3 or 4 times before budget on the budget renewal every year. But we do meet quarterly to give updates on the status of the plan and receive feedback on ideas on how we can make our plan solvent and make sure that it's strong for our employees. So we are meeting and we meet regularly. I'm not sure if that's the committee you're speaking of.
The healthcare put together to like work on healthcare issues for employees by resolution, and maybe we're talking about 2 different committees. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Faulkner, I'm not aware of another committee, just the one that we've talked about, the Benefits Advisory Committee, where we work together with the union leaders that got up and spoke earlier. So I'm not aware of another committee.
So prior to the RFP, when's the last time that this committee was convened?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Faulkner, we have notes for that. I can give you the last time we met to go over the presentation that Trey provided. That's typically what we go over quarterly to discuss the performance of the plan. And so I can give the dates of when we've been meeting.
That'd be helpful. We can do that offline. We don't need to take up time on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Thank you. I'm glad we can get some further information. Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all of the council members. Once again, it's my pleasure being here this evening. As all of you know, my name's Marlene Baca. I am the Vice President with Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Mexico. I do want to address the 3 questions that Councilor Member Faulkner brought up, and that is regarding the transitional of care. As you are well aware, we will be working with any individual that is going to be transitioning over. One, as we are working with the employees and their dependents, we will be holding their hand and making sure that we are going to support their needs with selecting new providers. I do agree with you. We do have some challenges in our state, which is very unfortunate with access issues. And I will share with you one of my challenges personally, and that was my primary care physician who left me. We, of course, as Blue Cross, knew that we had to come up with the solution. So we did contract with an organization called Galileo. They are a primary care physician virtual option. I have not brought this up, and I wanted to really talk about that. The reason why I didn't bring it up prior is because sometimes people just don't want to hear about virtual care. But I will tell you, this organization helped me personally. So as I was having problems seeing my new primary care physician, I was pretty ill. Didn't know what was happening to me. I was tired. I didn't have any energy. I was gaining weight. Urgent care, unfortunately, really was not assisting me. So I thought this is a great opportunity for me to utilize this new vendor that we just brought on board, which was July of last year. They immediately said, something is happening, we're going to send you immediately to get lab work. And within 2 days, I get a response from that provider and he says, you have hypothyroidism. Didn't even think about it. I've been in this field for over 35 years, but sometimes we forget about ourselves. And as I was waiting to see that primary, I will tell you that I continue to seek care from the primary care physician, Galileo. Now I'm established. I waited a few months to finally see my primary care physician, but in the back of my brain, I know I always have that. And I want all of you guys to be assured that those are the type of solutions that Blue Cross Blue Shield will always focus on. Now, when we talk about transition of care, and you brought a perfect example, Counselor Faulkner, we don't charge any fees. So if we determine that we need to transition that care, and using the example of a pregnant woman, we're not going to disrupt that care, but we're not going to charge any type of penalty fees or any other type of fees. Those co-payments, the out-of-pocket, will be as though she is in network. Now, I do want to address, as we had union representative here this evening, and I've had the pleasure of meeting with them as well, as they were evaluating and making a very tough decision about switching carriers. And what we talked about was those firemen, the police department employees that are going to be disrupted. But once again, I want to remind everybody, in the Bernalillo Sandoval, which does include Rio Rancho, Valencia, which of course is southern, and then Torrance, and I don't believe you have many Torrance residents. Those individuals, we will help them find primary care physicians. We will have representation from Loveless, from UNM, all of the Blue Cross Blue Shield staff available to make sure that they understand and that we help them navigate through this particular change. Lastly, I do want to remind everybody, everyone else in 29 counties, including any resident in Santa Fe, you're able to continue to receive care from Presbyterian. Now, for those individuals in Bernalillo, Sandoval, Valencia, and Torrance County, when you reside in one of those 4 counties, behavioral health at Presbyterian is available. Hope no one experiences it, but unfortunately, we do see it. Transplants, neurology, neurosurgery, continuing to go on with MRIs, ambulatory surgical centers, all of these surgery centers, all of those are available through Presbyterian, including in the Albuquerque locations. The other areas is around pediatric care, and I believe you heard one of the union representatives indicate that. We contract with all of the pediatric specialties, not only at Presbyterian, but also at our UNM hospital. So I'm going to pause and make sure that I can address any other questions or concerns.
Council, go ahead. Follow up.
Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
One, what will the billing look like for the virtual healthcare? And then the second question is, have you identified primary care providers that you can lean on in this process? Because it's going to be a huge process. We're moving a bunch of people in a direction. And so I'm just want to feel more comfortable if I know that you've already identified some doctors, and that if you are going to lean on virtual healthcare, that there isn't going to be some pay, like billing thing that's different than it would be if you saw a doctor in person.
Mr. Mayor and Counselor Faulkner, those are great questions. So our organization provides all virtual care at no copayment. So depending on how the structure is for telemedicine or virtual care, it will continue to be the same. There will be no additional fees for any of that virtual primary care physician care. Your next question regarding identifying providers. We work very closely with all of our provider partners. So as an example, just last week, myself, the president, as well as other executives, we meet with the executives of the large groups. So we met with Optum. We shared with them that we were going to have a client and we need their support in identifying any of those primary care physicians. We've done the same with Loveless. Loveless will be on site, and I have a meeting scheduled with UNM, and the same thing will be happening with UNM as well. We also contract with many other independent sole practitioners, so they will also be on our list when we have those one-on-ones with all of the Santa Fe employees at the various open enrollment meetings.
I really appreciate the specialties that Presbyterian is still going to cover those. We don't have enough providers who are specialists in many, many categories. But I do, and I appreciate all your answers, but the primary healthcare provider is where healthcare starts. And so I just want to impress upon you that it's important to me as a counselor that the people who work for the city of Santa Fe will have primary healthcare providers. And I've been on Blue Cross Blue Shield. You guys are great. Love it. Way better than Cigna in my opinion. However, one thing that I did run into is even though Blue Cross Blue Shield says we don't need a referral, a lot of the doctors in the system are requiring referrals. And so that's why primary healthcare is also important, is because the healthcare of the individual starts with the primary healthcare provider. Regardless of what Blue Cross Blue Shield does, the medical community wants referrals. And so that's another reason why I'm harping on this issue. But I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I think Blue Cross Blue Shield is great. But I just want to make sure that our people don't fall through the gaps.
Mr. Mayor and counselors, you have our commitment. And as you have seen, being one of the executives with Blue Cross Blue Shield, I'm in front of you making that commitment. We have been working very closely with Mr. Valdez, with Ms. Salazar, with your consultant. We're meeting on a regular basis, and we will continue to do so. And you can always call me. They have my mobile phone number. That is the type of service that we commit to all of you as being our legislators. And once again, I do thank you for all of your questions. I don't look at them as being challenging. Healthcare is a very complex situation at this moment. So it is up to us as healthcare executives to make sure that we're addressing all of the concerns and challenges. So thank you.
Thank you for being here and for answering the questions. And there may be more, so don't go too far.
Okay.
Councilor Mayor Counselor Cass.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for another presentation. I know you guys have really gone through the gauntlet this week, so definitely appreciate you taking the time. A couple items that we covered in committee that I wanted to, you are probably going to need to be back up here, so if you do not mind. We had one discussion around the denial of claims. And one thing that I really appreciated was the conversation that we had about how Blue Cross Blue Shield has changed their process for approving claims, especially when you are getting referrals from other physicians for whether it's specialty care or healthcare technology, along those lines. So, or different types of expensive testing like MRIs. So if you could provide information again about what that looks like, because that has been an issue that we have seen with Cigna.
Sure. Mr. Mayor and Counselor, we did talk about that. And as we look at prior authorizations, it's not because we're wanting to be, the person that says no for services. You have entered, or you will be hopefully entering a contract with us to administer your services. And it is our obligation to be great stewards of the dollars. So when we think about prior authorizations, it is a little bit different for in-network versus out-of-network. When we contract with providers, we educate them, we provide them with a provider manual to make sure that they understand those certain procedures that have to be prior auth. If they don't follow that and they're part of our network, our members are not held liable, responsible. It is the provider that would essentially have to write it off. That is part of our agreement. It is part of the way we educate them. Now, there are certain prior authorizations that we have eliminated. And we have eliminated it because we've identified that we've approved some prior authorizations 99.8% of the time. So why are we then going to be inefficient with additional administrative expenses when we're going to approve it anyways? So that's kind of about prior authorizations. Expensive MRI, CT scans. We want to make sure that the provider is looking at that condition, and the most, that they're very expensive. Once again, we want to be great stewards, and those type of services will be on our prior authorization. But once again, we work very closely with providers. If we start seeing a theme that we're denying too many MRIs, our chief medical officer, our clinical person makes personal outbound calls to kind of talk about what is happening, why are you doing this, and so on. So I hope I addressed that question. I do want to add, because I apologize, my colleague came up to me and wanted me to make sure that I did share with everybody Galileo, the virtual primary care physician copayment does follow the PCP copayment. So that would be $10 for that virtual visit.
Thank you. That's helpful to know that that is going to not be a higher fee. So I do appreciate that. I think that a lot of the concern has been, that insurance companies are getting in the way of the care that our healthcare providers, our trained medical doctors, and are saying that we need in order to manage different conditions or ensure that, we are getting the best healthcare and that they are able to determine what is happening. Sometimes it's a wonderful, lovely, easy blood test. But other times we do have a lot more complexity or just, I know I've heard of claims denied for being able to track blood sugar for individuals that have diabetes, which we know is extremely important. And so those are the types of areas that I do get concerned and wanting to make sure that I do appreciate it. Doctors do need to be, or you all need to be good stewards of our dollars, but really making sure that when that expertise comes through and saying that one of our employees needs this test cost equipment, or I'm sorry, test, I don't know why cost came in there, equipment, whatever the case may be, care, that's probably the C word I was looking for, that we are able to get that covered for them. I know that can sometimes take some back and forth, but that can be helpful in making sure that those conversations will be available. The other question I have is actually for out of network specialty that can, sometimes, especially in New Mexico, because we do have such a deficit in our healthcare infrastructure. We may have specialists that simply are not going to be taking insurance. I know I have a very specialized PT for my son. They're out of network. So, I'm busy, submitting super bills. And I am curious what your process and policies are around that type of care when we know that there's not really a wide choice. There may only really be one in the region.
Mr. Mayor and Counselor, so using that as an example for physical therapy, out of network, if you make the decision on your own, go out of network, it's going to hit your out of network benefits. So you'll have a deductible, you'll have a co-insurance. What we always try to remind our members is talk with your doctor. For your doctor to then submit a referral. There are certain guidelines that if they do meet the criteria, and I'm going to use, unfortunately, someone that I know, and it breaks my heart, cancer and special unique cancer. She wants to be seen at MD Anderson. The provider in New Mexico is working very closely with MD Anderson. So that is how you really want to coordinate that. And we do our very best in making sure that we educate our members with that. So at any time that that it's a specialty that is not available in New Mexico, we don't have it as part of our network. Always work with your provider. And, as I shared with you at the last 2 meetings, we contract with 1.8 million providers nationwide. So we're able to get you elsewhere if it's not available in our state. Sometimes it's best for you to stay in state, family, caregivers, everything else. But there will be times that you have to be seen elsewhere. And we work with our members, but every situation is unique, and our utilization management team looks at that unique situation. So it's just hard for me to tell you, oh, your child may be able to, because again, I don't want to make that bold statement.
I actually prefer that there's not a blanket statement there because it does really speak to the nuance of healthcare. And I do appreciate that you will be looking at, and working with providers and with our employees on, how complex healthcare is. It does really speak back to Counselor Faulkner's point at how crucial that primary care provider is. So, again, that is something that I know we'll all be watching. Last question. We already discussed this. I've harped on it every single time. I've harped on it multiple times, has our alternative care and the troubles that we have run into with our alternative care network. As they were contracting with a third party that was not really paying them out, making them do a lot of paperwork. And we were therefore, while we had that benefit, we were losing a lot of providers because they stopped taking our insurance. So can you please speak to acupuncture, chiro, massage therapy, and how Blue Cross is different in this regard?
Mr. Mayor and Counselor, we, of course, are going to administer the benefit plan that you've been accustomed to. There will be no changes with alternative offerings. So you do have the limit on certain of services, but I believe Counselor Garcia asked me the question last time about recruitment efforts. If I can get benefits for massages, I may, want a job. It's a fabulous benefit. So just keep in mind with the benefits itself, nothing is changing. What you are going to see from Blue Cross Blue Shield is that we do not contract with the vendor to administer and adjudicate any of those alternative medicine claims. We do it all in-house. Our specialists are trained on it. So that should not change from a benefit perspective. I'm hoping that you will see from a claim perspective that we will be treating it just as we would be treating it from a medical perspective.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Last question slash comment, Director Salazar, I think this would be for you, you know, and thinking about the conversation around the changes between, am I at 10? I'll be quick. All right, one more. I'll be quick. It's more of a comment. A lot of times the challenges that we've had with our previous healthcare or insurance administrator, got to get them all straight. It's either been personal experience or hearing from employees or, you know, kind of these little ad hoc pieces of information. I know that we're all very, I'm not sure concerned, but we want to make sure that the transition goes well. We want to make sure that Blue Cross is meeting our needs as we continue. And so I know that the Healthcare Advisory Committee is something that is a way that we might be able to get feedback in 6 months or so from the employees. And so this is something that I'd be really interested in. Data is one thing, but actually hearing from from our employees about how this process has worked, how the transition has worked, how Blue Cross is working for them. I'd be really interested in maybe 6 months to a year having one of those health advisory committee meetings that really is kind of a feedback session, and either that information coming to us somehow but really utilizing that network so that they can give the, you know, pros and cons of what is happening with the plan as we continue to address that. So I know that I would personally appreciate that because numbers only give us so much, but experiences can really help shape what this looks like on the ground.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, we do provide the Finance Committee quarterly, kind of what Trey presented quarterly on the performance of the plan. What we can do is extend that to the full governing body if requested, and then add input from our quarterly meetings with the Benefits Advisory Committee. So that way they go hand in hand with the performance of the plan.
That would be great to get that input. And if they're able to be there for presentations, I know that we always appreciate hearing from them. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, asked many of my questions at committee. Just given the fact that we do have the union representatives here tonight, and two of those representatives did reiterate one of the concerns in regards to those that lived in Rio Rancho in that area with Presbyterian services. Can you just lay out for us, this may be Blue Cross Blue Shield, I'm guessing, how that's going to work for those individuals and how you are planning, just for tonight's discussion, how you plan on working with them to help them in their situation.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Lee Garcia. So with the open enrollment, it is going to begin May 12th. We will have various sessions. And when we are in the Sandoval, Bernalillo County area, that is where we will have our provider partners with us, and they are going to be able to assist with identifying the providers that are available. We will, of course, be looking at residency, which location would meet their needs. And we did this very similar with a similar client last year. They were even scheduling appointments for the effective date. And we can ask the same thing from the provider partners, that they make sure that the scheduling also takes place as the employees of City of Santa Fe is looking and choosing new primary care physicians.
Thank you for that. But I think one of the questions that was also brought up at committee was that those there are individuals who may currently be seeing a doctor, and how are you going to help them to continue seeing that doctor, or how does that work? To transition, obviously, they may have to stop seeing that provider, and I think that was one of the concerns of one of the counselors at committee.
Mr. Mayor and Counselor, you are correct. So we did talk a little bit about receiving reports from today's carrier so we can identify what are we looking at from that disruption perspective. And we are continuing to work with the city, and we will have that data to be able to identify those specific employees.
Thank you. You know, again, it seems like a win-win situation. We're obviously going to be saving money, but we also want to make sure that, you know, in transition, it doesn't affect too many those that already are in care and would have to possibly stop seeing specific physician or care provider. And there again, I think those are some of the concerns, especially of those that live out of the area, the designated areas, Rio Rancho, Bernalillo County.
All good, Counselor? Counselor Lindell, I know you're with us remotely. Is there anything you'd like to ask or weigh in on at this time? I think you're with us remotely. Madam Clerk, is Counselor Lindell still with us? Maybe she has stepped away for a minute.
She is still there.
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see you, so I don't want to leave you out of the conversation if you have your hand up. Any other questions or comments, Counselor Castro? You want to take another bite at the apple?
I just quickly would like, and we could do it in an abbreviated form, because I know you've already talked about prescriptions and medication and how that's going to be covered. And then I would also like to make a motion. I don't think that
We haven't done that yet, but if we wanted to complete if you have one last question or a comment.
Yeah, if we could just get a quick overview of if there are going to be any changes to our access to medication.
So, Mr. Mayor and Council Castro, for pharmacy, you're going to start hearing of Prime Therapeutics. So they are going to be your new pharmacy vendor, also known as your PBM. We also have a mail order program through Express Scripts. So those two particular vendors, and please keep in mind that Prime Therapeutics, we own a portion of their organization. So they service all of our Blue Cross Blue Shield members. What will take place is right before open enrollment, we will be sending out formulary booklets to HR. Make sure that all of you have it available on hand. We did match up the formularies to your existing, and I'm looking at my colleague Catherine on the match for formulary. Do you recall the percentage? So 86% match. We will also have Prime Therapeutics at our bigger events. So where you see all employees are able to attend at the convention centers, it will be available because we will have a pre-enrollment line where the employees are able to pick up the phone, dial, find out about the formulary. And then once again, as we've talked about providers, our providers know a lot. So they're going to know up front, oh, it's Blue Cross Blue Shield. I know their formulary, and they're going to then have to make sure that it's part of the formulary.
Thank you so much.
Now, when you look at our dispensing rate for generics, it's pretty high, and that's where you're going to be seeing that higher percentage of match. So
And is there any requirement, because we are changing companies and changing providers possibly, for physicals or any type of examination?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Castro, no, there is no requirement. We, of course, always advise if it is a new primary care physician, not only schedule that established visit to talk about prescriptions, but to also schedule your annual routine. For those residents or employees that reside in Santa Fe, they don't have to worry about that because they're established with their doctors, whether it's Presbyterian or not. But for the new ones, we always advise people to schedule 2 appointments, an established and then their annual.
I imagine there's no risk that they wouldn't be covered because of pre-existing condition or any type of condition that they currently have. Correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, that is correct. ACA actually eliminated any pre-existing condition. We cover all services.
Perfect.
If it
Thank
is covered, I'm sorry, I have to add my disclaimer.
Yes.
If it is a covered benefit.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Before we get to a motion, I don't have any questions, but I do want to compliment the committee for doing an incredibly good job. It's a huge amount of work, and it is incredibly important to all of our employees that this healthcare program benefit and coverage is as good as we can provide. And it's a tremendous achievement to bring us such a great package of proposal, not only with continued coverage and the benefit program design unchanged, but with the one-time holiday. I think that's a terrific bonus for everybody, and coming in the first week of December, as was mentioned, is going to be a terrific time for all of our employees to get a little something extra. I want to congratulate our procurement team. A lot of work, an enormous effort, and using a new approach, really making it work for everybody on behalf of everybody and carrying it through. And the HR team and all the other folks who weigh in on trying to steer this through the complicated work that it involves, finance department, city manager, everybody was incredibly focused on getting us to best possible outcome for everybody who works for the city, and to make it a yet another competitive reason for people to want to come to work here. If you're interested, we're hiring. So come on board.
Mr. Mayor.
With that, is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
There's a motion to approve the item on the agenda. There is a second. Is there any other discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you all. Terrific job. Madam Clerk, now we have the item that was put back on from having been taken from consent, taking it from consent and putting it back on the table.
Item 9T, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Counselor Alma Castro, a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine during the Rail Yard Plaza Summer Scene Concert, sponsored by Site Santa Fe, on June 25th, 2025, pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987. And we have sent you,
I'm sorry.
we have sent an amendment in via email. I'm trying to bring it up.
Mayor, do you want a motion?
Yeah,
on the
let's
bill?
move, let's get first let's get a motion, and then we'll take up the amendment.
So move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. We also have an amendment which, let's see if we can all find it. The amendment says,
I can read it if you want.
yeah, that's, if you'd like to, I have it in front of me too, but go right ahead. Or Counselor Castro, it's your bill. If you want to read the amendment, please do.
Sure. We have a technical amendment that is just, I have to pull it up, changing the title. Counselor Romero Worth, do you mind?
Let's see. I think it's on page 2, line 11, replace special dispenser permit with public celebration permit.
Correct. Would you like to move that amendment?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment? Madam Clerk, call the roll that would attach the amendment to the bill.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Stepped out for a minute.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
So now we have a main motion as amended. Is there discussion? Would you call the roll on the main motion as amended?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Could you take us to the next item on the agenda?
Item 10A, request for approval of a general services contract with the University of New Mexico Anderson School Center for Responsible Entrepreneurship for entrepreneurship support, training, and administering an accelerator program in the total amount of $300,000 for a 2-year term. And here is both Economic Development Specialist Eric Rentz-Whitmore and Economic Development Director Johanna Nelson.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there is a second. Let's get a description of what we are voting on for people who are watching or listening and aren't familiar with it. If you could walk us through it, and then we'll take questions from the governing body.
Certainly, Mayor and councilors. The UNM Center for Responsible Entrepreneurship has launched a one-of-its-kind business accelerator in Santa Fe. They've run through one cohort fully. They have embarked upon a second cohort that is showing good results. And we are seeking to invest in continued operation and some additional support for this accelerator in Santa Fe. Let's see, and this is in the amount of $300,000, ending at the end of the next fiscal year.
Okay. Questions from the governing body about this item? Counselor Cat. I'm sorry. What'd you say? It wasn't pulled. It's on discussion. But that said, Counselor Lindell, if your hand is up, I can't see it, so you may want to ask questions or weigh in on this.
I put my hand down, Mayor. Thank you. It was from the last item.
Oh, okay, thank you. Other questions? Any questions? We have no questions. We have a motion on the floor. Could you call the roll?
Counselor Lee Garcia, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you for sticking around and for bringing this to us. And good luck with the program. Very exciting. Madam Clerk, what's the next item?
Item 11, matters from the city manager.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have just a couple of quick things. I'm very excited, as I have advised you on email, that we have appointed Elisa Montoya, a longtime Santa Fe resident. Her family's been here a long time, to the position of Community Development Director. She will start on the 21st of this month. She's got a great background, has spent the last 7 years working for Meow Wolf in very responsible vice president positions. Before that, did a lot of work in Washington, D.C. and other places. Great academic background as well. So I'm very excited about that, and we're thrilled to have her joining our staff. Secondly, I wanted to tell you, I have 7 more anniversaries to make note for longtime employees. I'll read them very quickly, and then I want to invite you again to a reception that's coming up on Monday to honor our employees. Manuel Vigil from Environmental Services, 25 years of service, long time. Tyson Anderley from Transit, 15 years. Carlos Ramirez, Environmental Services, 15. Joshua Mueller from Police, 10 years. Gino Gallegos, 10 years from Public Works. Chris Insenius, Buckman Direct Diversion, 10 years. And Brian Williams, our Emergency Management Director, 5 years. We are celebrating the last quarter of anniversaries on Monday at 10 o'clock in the Convention Center. I know it's work day, but for any of you who are able to attend, you're certainly invited to join us in honoring the last quarter of anniversaries of our employees. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Any next item, Madam Clerk?
Item 12, matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. I just wanted to highlight from the earlier presentation, Catherine Garcia Gallegos. We actually got her from the Department of Public Safety, which is why she has such a rich background in criminal records and understanding of that. And one of her staff also was previously a manager at emergency call center up in Farmington, and also has a very strong background in criminal records, which has been a really amazing attribute to that team, understanding all of those records and how they work. And I too want to extend my kudos to that team because they have really worked together to improve their processes and find ways to improve the experience for our customers. They've even gotten thank yous from previously difficult customers recently. And that's been great to see. And then I wanted just to ask if any counselors have any litigation you'd like me to highlight during the next governing body meeting. I have a quarterly litigation update on the 30th of April. So if there's any cases in particular you'd like us to focus on, please let me know. And I'll get either a special report on that case from the attorney that's representing us or have them attend the meeting if that's possible. And with that, I'd like to recommend that we go into an executive session to talk about a particular case. Thank you, Andrea. Which is the Bruce Drone et al. Versus City of Santa Fe, number 2. Which is case D101 CV 2004-00892. I'm reading that case number because there are 2 with that name. And that's pursuant to section 1015-1, subpart H7.
Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, just wondering about our staff in the back there. If we shouldn't.
Mayor or Counselor, I have 2 staff that are joining us in this
Okay, all right,
executive
so we have
session.
staff waiting.
One of whom has a 9 a.m. district court hearing.
Okay, sorry, staff in the back. I guess we've got staff on other parts of the room. All right, so with that in mind, I would move that we enter into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Counselor Lindell, did you receive the executive session link?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Michael, we're coming out of executive session.
Three, four, five. I don't know, is Sig with us virtually?
Yes, I am.
All right,
All right,
is there a motion?
Mayor, I would move pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 1015 1J. I move that the governing body God, I think it was really late.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the governing body reconvene an open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia, Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. Good-
Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we accept the city attorney's recommendation in this matter.
Second.
What do you want? Does that work?
It's the Bruce Throne et al. Versus City of Santa Fe
Okay. Where is it?
District Court Case CV 2024-00892.
Moved like that.
There's a motion on the floor that we accept the recommendation of the city attorney with regard to Bruce Throne et al. Versus City of Santa Fe as identified in the caption. Is there discussion? Yes, Counselor Garcia, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we need to outline what the recommendation is given?
Mayor, councilors, it was a privileged recommendation.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. If you could take us to the next item, please.
Next item is 14 matters from the city clerk. I will keep it brief. I'm going to remind everyone that Saturday, April 12th is the egg hunt and big truck event. Please come at 9:45 for the 10 o'clock egg hunt. I will just say my staff has been working tirelessly and I'm super appreciative of all they do. They've come together as a team since we do not have an event coordinator and put a lot into this. We also received a donation from a community member of a bunch of stuffed animals. So we're also going to have those. So we have a lot of cool stuff and we're very excited, and then on to the next event. But I just want to be thankful of my team. They've been great.
Thank you.
Item 15, communications from the governing body.
All right, I'm just going to call him like I see him. Counselor Lindell, you are looming large on the screen in front of us. Do you have anything to share?
Nothing to see here.
Counselor Castro, I'm going to go to you next.
Nothing for now. Thank you so much.
Right, Counselor Garcia, I'm going to go to you next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state for the record that I've publicly recused myself from any litigation that deals with my employer. Also Saturday, besides the egg hunt, we've got the Great American Cleanup as well as opening ceremonies. I'm super psyched about the opening ceremonies because we now have 2 turf fields. Hopefully we've got more in the future, but slowly, but little slow, but we're getting those fields upgraded. Other than that, just everybody have a great weekend.
Beautiful. Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
Just want to remind everyone that Councilor Lee Garcia and I are hosting a town hall on our public safety legislation. It's at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Southside Teen Center on the 16th.
And Counselor Mayor Worth.
All good.
Counselor Cassett.
I have things. I apologize, everybody. I'll be speedy. I did want to remind everybody about, or members of the public, about the presentation on homelessness at Quality of Life on March 19th. I know I brought it up last time, but again, this is a topic that is coming up quite a bit. So I do recommend that individuals go and watch this presentation. As we do discuss the, broader strategy that the team is putting together for homelessness, as well as there is a relatively robust conversation on pallet shelters. So for people who would like more information, which seems to be a lot of individuals, I recommend that as a starting place. I did also want to mention that our quality of life presentation for April 12th was the Economic Development Strategic Planning Data Collections and Analysis Key Findings. This is the beginning of the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan development process. So again, if this is something that you are interested in, please go ahead and watch that. Everybody's mentioned events. We have a lot going on. Great American Cleanup, the Easter Egg Hunt, Little League Opening Day. I'm going to try to make it to all three with 3 children in tow, so wish me luck. And I hope to see all of you there, and thank you to everybody who is doing all of that incredible work. Last but not least, I wanted to again request a presentation on the State Historic Preservation Office process. I had the opportunity to speak with SHPO. I was discussing another pretty cool program that can impact our neighborhoods, but also just had the opportunity to talk about what this really means with the Soldiers Monument. And I've just heard a lot of misinformation, misunderstanding of what this process looks like. I found it very educational and a really good information on what is happening next, because I know I hear from the community a lot on this. There is still a lot of conversation. And I did find this to be both encouraging and interesting. And I think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us all to be looking at solutions and conversations with the community through this process. So if we are able to get a presentation on what this looks like, I would greatly appreciate it. And I know that members of the community have been asking. And so I think that it would be worthwhile both in them getting that information and also in me reducing the risk that I will pass on misinformation, because I am sure that there are things that I am remembering incorrectly. So just putting that on the record. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Counselor Garcia.
Say what co-counselor Faulkner's ditto. Please join us at our town hall. Great discussion over direction and possible input from the community. And see you all Saturday at different events. So it's going to be fun.
Thank you. I'll speak real fast. There's so much going on. It's incredible. If the weather stays like it was today, it's going to be an amazing couple weeks in front of us with all kinds of community events. I want to call out for people who are available to attend something tomorrow morning. The World Affairs Forum at the Community College is hosting a conference on democracy in the time of autocrats. They do it every year with a different theme, always bringing in remarkable speakers with backgrounds in foreign service, diplomacy, academic expertise. It's tomorrow morning. What time? Well, let's see here, bright and early. It starts around 9:30, 10 o'clock. And it's always really very, very thoughtful performance or event with great speakers. A rapid hire event, aquatics rapid hire event, GCCC coming right up. We have other amazing things on April 28th. Tree City USA Arbor Day tree planting event at the GCCC. We have upcoming International Dark Sky Week, which runs from April 21 to April 28th, an important part of our community's quality of life. Love Your Watershed Day 2025, May 10th from 11 to 2 at DeVargas Park, with all kinds of activities and more to talk about than, or more going on than you can have time to talk about. But check out the notice from the city if you're interested in these events. I know all of us will be at as many of them as we can possibly squeeze into our calendars, and I look forward to seeing everybody out there. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, introduction of legislation 16B, consideration of resolution number 2025 TBD, sponsored by Councilor Signe Lindell, a resolution correcting the required permit name for resolution 2025-16 regarding the Movies in the Park event and 2025-23 regarding the Summer Scene Concert Event Series, changing each from a special dispenser permit to a public celebration permit.
Councilor Lindell, that's your bill. You want to say anything about it?
It's self-explanatory, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
C, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Alma Castro, Councilor Signe Lindell, and Councilor Michael Garcia. A resolution amending the Immigration Committee's purpose and membership.
Councilor Castro, you want to speak on this?
I do. This is a very exciting piece of legislation that I've been working on with my co-counselors. I've been an informal member of this committee since 1998, when my mom was on it, and so we're very excited to continue the work. One of the reasons that I think this is a really important time to be focusing, especially on immigration issues, is things are moving very quickly. So a couple days ago, IRS did mention that they're going to start sharing information with folks that have ITINs. We are seeing people's social medias being monitored. And so it is important for us to be active in this issue. I will be attending a conference in Denver with other elected officials around the region specifically on this issue, and I would like to come back and report. And through the process, we will be able to talk to the Immigration Committee, quality of life, and it will come back to the governing body.
Other sponsors? Councilor Garcia, you want to weigh in?
I think Councilor Castro covered it well. Thank you.
Councilor Lindell, any additional comments?
All good here. Thanks.
Very good. Next item, Madam Clerk.
16D, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Alma Castro, a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine during the Rail Yard Plaza Summer Scene Concerts sponsored by the International Folk Art Market on July 9th, 10th, and 11th, 2025, pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987.
Sir.
Another one of these?
Okay, thank you. And the next item, Madam Clerk.
16E, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilor Jamie Cassett. Resolution authorizing and directing the widening of Zia Road to accommodate a necessary deacceleration lane using adjacent unimproved land comprising approximately 1% of Candelario Park on its far northern boundary, and directing the city manager to designate an agent to apply for a lot line adjustment and any other administrative steps required as the governing body's agent.
Would you like to speak to that, Councilor?
Absolutely. So this is correcting for an oversight that was made when this development was approved back in April of 2021. And I know that this is going to be, a really important conversation. And I really want to appreciate or express my appreciation to the city attorney's office, to Aaron and to Rebecca Minna-Kerman for their work on really trying to identify a way that we can go back and make sure that we are aligning with what we had required and asked the developer to do when we did approve this project, while also making sure that we were doing this in a way that we were following the process. And I know that that was really important for you all to get that. So I very much appreciate it. And I think that's it. I know it'll be a robust conversation.
Thank you. And next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 16F, consideration of resolution number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilors Carol Romero Worth, Signe Lindell, Jamie Cassett, and Alma Castro. A resolution establishing a plan for use of budgeted funds to study hiring council staff.
Very good. Counselor Mayorworth, you want to speak to that?
Speaks for itself. Thank you.
Other sponsors? All good? Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Next is 19A. It does have an amendment that was sent to you in email. 19A, consideration of bill number 2025-4, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Councilors Carol Romero Worth, Michael Garcia, and Amanda Chavez. A bill amending ordinance number 2024-6 to approve 3 individual loan agreements with the New Mexico Environment Department to be paid with revenues from each system, respectively: 1, a wastewater project loan agreement; 2, a water project loan agreement; and 3, a solid waste collection project loan agreement, incorporating defections and covenants relating to wastewater, water, and solid waste system debt obligations in each loan agreement, respectively, by reference herein, ratifying prior action consistent with the provisions hereof, and repealing prior action inconsistent with the provisions hereof, but only to the extent of such inconsistency.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and there is a second.
I'd also like to move an amendment, Mayor.
Well,
Oh, we gotta, well, yeah. No, we don't.
no, we have to do a couple things. First, turns out this is a public hearing. I was in error earlier this evening when I said we didn't have any. We don't have any land use public hearings, but we do have this as a public hearing. I wonder, Director Oster, if you want to take just a few minutes to outline for anyone who's watching or listening at home, or anyone who is going to learn about it when they watch this video subsequently, what this is designed to achieve and why it's important. And then we'll take public testimony, and then we'll go to other changes to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. I'll be brief. This financing was approved by the governing body last fall through the New Mexico Environment Department via the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund. This proposal that's in front of you this evening, this ordinance, is a restructuring of the previous approval, which authorized up to $151 million in debt across all 3 systems. And our bond counsel and municipal bond advisor have advised us that in order to make sure that the debt for each system only affects that system, that we needed, rather than to enter into one loan agreement for the entire 151 million, we should enter into 3 loan agreements, 1 for each system. So that's, a high level overview of what this ordinance would do, is to, instead of having 1 loan agreement for the entire 151 million, we would enter into separate loan agreements for each of the utilities.
Thank you. That's very clear. Is there anyone either here in the room or on Zoom who has raised a hand indicating they'd like to speak? Because it is a public hearing, we'll take testimony.
So we do have 2 hands raised, and this is to speak on this public hearing ordinance that was just read. I will unmute you, starting with, oops, I'm not a panelist anymore, or a co-host. Michael, will you make me a co-host again? RG Wakeland, you are allowed to speak.
The question is, well, first of all, make sure that the individual knows that the item we're addressing is the public hearing on the financing for the different wastewater elements, water loan elements. Can she hear? Are we getting any indication we're being heard by the individual?
RG Wakeland, will you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll put my hand down because I don't want to speak on the wastewater. I
That's
just
the
want to
only-
speak on
no,
16E.
Yeah, the only item that's in front of us at the moment is the wastewater bill. We're not, the other item that I think you're interested in was not a public hearing. It was just
Okay, all right.
It was just a bill being introduced for future consideration. But if the item in front of us that is a public hearing involves financing for these water projects.
I put my hand down.
Okay, thank you very much.
I see both hands went down.
Okay, sorry for any confusion. So we have nobody in the Zoom room waiting to speak on this bill and no one coming forward in the chambers. I understand there's an amendment.
If it's appropriate, I would at this time move the amendment, which is a technical amendment, and I don't know if Director Oster wants to broadly, or who would broadly characterize it. Again, it's technical.
Second.
Can someone help us with what the amendment would do and how we should consider it?
Mayor Weber, councilors, this is an amendment requested by bond counsel. I think he's trying to be even more specific about the separate nature of each of the loan agreements. So we added some additional language for that purpose.
By calling them out by name specifically.
Is there a motion? You made a motion to adopt the amendment. Is there a discussion of the amendment? Can you call the roll on the amendment, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. And now we have a main motion as amended. Is there discussion of it? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Oster. Could you take us to the next public hearing, please?
19B, consideration of bill number 2025-7, adoption of ordinance number 2025-TBD, sponsored by Mayor Ellen Weber. A bill regarding annual budgets, including multi-year appropriations, amending section 11-2.1 to conform with the city's charter, establish multi-year appropriations for capital outlay, grant-funded projects, and special appropriations, and effective December 31st, 2025, amending section 11-2.4 to sunset the finance director's budget amendment authority to carry over certain unexpended appropriations into the next fiscal year.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second. I see Director Lotero, do you want to come forward and give us the benefit of an overview so that folks who are listening or hearing it for the first time become aware of the purpose of this legislation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What this bill does is it's really modernizing our budget process, and it will allow us to maximize our use of our new budgeting software. Under our current system, we budget everything in the operating budget, and then pretty much as we're in this process that we're in now, we have to pull out the one-time money, we have to pull out capital, we have to do these other things. So it creates more work for staff at that time of the year, and then it creates more work for the finance director at the beginning of the fiscal year as we do some of the rollovers that are permitted in our ordinance.
Thank you. Are there questions? No questions. We have a motion and a second. Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. Appreciate it. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 21A, Water Conservation Committee appointments. Abby Feldman, appointment term ending 7/2027. Lori Rochelle, appointment term ending 7/2027. Robert D. Combe, appointment term ending 7/2027.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Counselor Romero Worth, you want to say anything about any of these individuals?
No, I think their resumes speak for themselves. Robert Coombe is rejoining the committee after being away for a year or two. And the two other members, Lori and Abby, are new to the committee, and we look forward to welcoming them.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia. Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. The next item under 21.
21B, Economic Development Advisory Committee, Ava Salman, appointment term ending 06/2027.
Move to approve.
Second.
Do you want to say anything about the candidate, Counselor? You were recommending this individual.
Yes, I'm very excited to have her come on board. I really enjoyed the conversation I had with her and the wide variety of work she has done in this realm, as well as community interests. We have a really incredible EDAC team right now, and I think that she will be a wonderful addition to the work that they're doing.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. That takes us to the next item, please.
21C, Bicycling and Pedestrians Advisory Committee. 2 appointments, Helen Wang, appointment term ending 06/2027, and Mark McDonald, appointment term ending 06/2027.
Your motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Counselor Garcia, these are your recommendations. Anything you want to say about them?
No, with approval, look forward to having them at tomorrow night's BPAC meeting.
Nice. Any other comments other than the fact that pedestrians is misspelled?
So is Abby, but
Let's
yeah.
call the roll before we get bogged down in misspellings and typos.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
21D, Planning Commission. Scott Barber, District 4, appointment term ending 06/2027, and Kelly McReynolds, District 1, term ending 06/2027.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? Would you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner. Counselor Lee Garcia. Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion is approved.
thank you. And then we have E.
21E, Santa Fe Film and Digital Media Council, Desba Henderson, reappointment, term ending 03/2026. Jaden Martinez, reappointment, term ending 03/2026. Mark Glazier, reappointment, term ending 03/2026. Sienna Burt, reappointment, term ending 03/2026. Tara Tovark, reappointment, term ending 03/2026. Barbara Beantree, appointment term ending 03/2027. James Chrysanthus, appointment term ending 03/2027. Lisette Bailey, appointment term ending 03/2027. Talia Pura, appointment term ending 03/2027. Max Wilkas, appointment term ending 03/2027.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Before we vote on it, I just want to take a minute and thank all the people we've voted on tonight for stepping up and filling these responsible jobs, commissions, committees, councils. It's a lot of work, and it really is phenomenal that people are willing to step up and be participants in all these activities. And to the people who help reach out to source people, to bring people forward, thank you for doing that as well. We've got more work to do to fill some empty slots, but every time we do this, I'm struck by the willingness and significant contribution that our residents make to all these committees. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro, Counselor
Yes.
Falk,
Yes.
oh, sorry, Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes. Thank you. And I believe that completes tonight's agenda, and therefore we're adjourned. Thanks, everybody.